Check, check. 1, 2. Can you see that? Yes, no? It's not going to come through the. It's not going to come through the house because I have you set up on an aux send. So let me know if I need to go up or down with that audio. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey, Mariah, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me yet? I can see it coming into your console over there. You want me to turn it up? Check, check. There. Check. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hey. Check, check. 1, 2. You right there? Just into the zero. Okay. Check, check. 1, 2. I turned it down. Check 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio check 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check. 1, 2. So you're barely getting it in their main console. Okay. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are you not getting anything now? Check, check. 1, 2, 3. Okay, hold on. Check, check. 1, 2. That any better? Always waiting. Always waiting.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome here to the classic. 10 a.m. will be our first sale, but we've got a fun day here today with our shows, and want to remind everyone we've got that Buyers Cattlemen Social at 5 o'clock in the Ag Pavilion, so we're going to have a little fun today.
All right, sounds good. If we are ready to go, we'll be getting ready underway here momentarily in the North Ring. We're going to start out here in the North Ring. These will be our main Anjou. This is class number 1, single entry in class 1, born April 11th of 23. And of course, the South Ring is underway with the limousine show. This will be a single entry in the class 1 of heifers. April 1st of 23 for her.
Well, good morning, and it is a pleasure to come up to Kearney and good friend Chris across the ring. We're going to have a good day today, and I think for us, at least for me and my side over here, we are off to a good start. And as this heifer walked in, I was thinking about, Renette was telling me this morning about their junior program here, the scholarship money, nearly $24,000 in scholarships that they hand out. What these heifers had the opportunity to come back and show and win later on is incredible. And I think about this heifer here, and you know, what we tried to do at home, and I bet you Chris is no different over there. Our boys, when we showed heifers that wanted to be competitive in the ring, but really the goal for us was to have a cow when it's all said and done, something they can build a program on. And this is exactly what I see here in our first class. I think she is a model female for a brood cow down the road. Huge-bodied, super good underneath in her running gear, the flexibility she has. She stays so collected, whether you stop her out here, you pull her up on the halter, or you put her on the lead. And I think as I look at her kind and type, the other thing that I think makes it really nice is that there's a lot of opportunity. We have a maintainer out here, and we have a lot of different breeds that we can expose her to, and I think, again, come up with a really good end result. So, young man, thank you for bringing her. We're off to a great start here in our open shows. Let's give him a nice hand, and we'll be anxious to kind of get through the rest of the classes here.
Well, in the South Ring, just like Scott has just said, you know, this is such a great opportunity and a great place to get started with a really nice heifer calf. And, you know, again, talking about the potential that these cattle bring to young exhibitors and the opportunities that are going to be afforded to them through the scholarship program and the junior programs that these breeds all have, this is a great place to start. April heifer calf that has got so much future to her. You know, the nice thing about these cattle is, and I know Scott will tell you the same thing, the hardest thing about showing cattle is getting them broke and getting them out. And when you have the hard part done and you get to buy an opportunity to buy a heifer that's ready to go, it's truly to your advantage. And this April heifer's got so much to offer. She's just really attractive made, really pretty neck, ties in so neat into the shoulder and has a nice rib in her and lots of length. Really a great place to start. Very deserving of I think, of winning this division. I think this is a Lemmy heifer that's got a lot of future and can be used in a lot of different programs. So congratulations, these exhibitors. Look forward to this heifer. I think as you see her down the road, hopefully a junior will get an opportunity to show her. She's got lots of possibilities. But congratulations on another really nice female and a good place to start.
And congratulations to her in the South Ring. She will be your champion limousine female today. We're going to move on to the bulls here shortly for the limousine show. The Class 2 will have 3 entries in them. from February 6th to March 6th of 23. In the North Ring, congratulations out of Class 1 going to Kevin Young. As they're setting up and continue to judge Class 2, these were both born in March, the 17th and the 31st.
If we can get one of our photographers to the stands to take a FFA picture, if one of our next level team could come to the stands for a photo.
Yeah, the nice thing about events like this is Chris and I just share with you our opinion, and you're actually the judges. You're the ones that are going to make the decision. And the nice thing about these two heifers, when they came in the ring, I'm thinking about we get them to a show, and the important part is when you get to a show is you need to make an impression right off the bat when you come through that gate to the judge. And I think Chris will agree with me that when you're a yearling, if that kind of sticks in your brain as a judge, it's kind of tough to beat them later on down the road. And that's exactly, I think, what both of these heifers do. And again, maybe in different reasons. And I think one of the things that's really helpful here for our lead heifer, and the young lady is showing here, she's just a little more ring ready today in terms of her being ready, in terms of her bloom. She's a little more calm down out here. And so getting them to the first show is the big step, like Chris said earlier, and getting them broken. That heifer that the gentleman is showing, we got her over the hump now. We just take her home and let her change, and she will. So let's just talk about the heifer up front. Again, she does demand your attention. We get her stopped and propped up. She's got a little extra frame like the body. Bone work is incredibly good. Just the design. I like the way she kind of comes out of the top of her shoulder. She comes into her tailhead. Her underline is exceptional in her forearm. Bends into her lower shoulder and chest very nice, and has the ability to maintain that kind of uniformity back into her flank. And so I think, again, from the side, and it seems like today a lot of shows that we go to and we watch, these people judging and what they like, a lot of it's kind of gathered from the side. And I think this is one that can sure capture a lot of friends, a lot of attention in the ring. I look at this second heifer again. That thing's basic. She is good. I like the angle of her shoulder. She's got some cushion to her knee, and again, she seems really good in her running gear. Even though she fights you just a little bit out here, she gets over that after this week. We get her stopped and propped up. She's alert. She's got a good look about her head and her neck. You get in behind her, that thing is shaped up really good in terms of the turn that she has in her top and out to her hips. So again, she's not quite as far along in her bloom, and like maybe her attitude probably makes as much difference out here when we put her on the lead as any. But I think two heifers that are just extremely good in quality. Again, they're for different reasons, and overall, from the show standpoint, we're going to leave them stand as they were brought into us. But again, I encourage you as the buyers to go back, visit with these people, you study them. I think they both have some awesome quality to them, and you make the final decision. Let's give them both a nice hand. That's a good pair of heifers here in our second class.
If we could have all the FFA students, if you're down on the floor, please come to the
On
grandstand.
the limousine bull side, three really good individuals in our bull show. And, the nice thing about our industry and in the cattle business is that we all have different needs. We're all trying to go different directions. And so we need some variation of kind and different kind of cattle to fit our needs. And I think all three of these bulls, I could find there's a place for each one of them to start this class. There's things about each one of these individuals that I think is really to their advantage. For me, I guess, as we just talk about three really good bulls that all have look like to me, obviously have a place that can be used. These are breeding pieces that I think as a breeder, if you want to go find one that's real sulgy made and kind of going to add some body and some dimension, you're going to be attracted to this bull that comes out first. This black bull that's got a little extra rib and kind of bulky made individual. He's good at the ground. He's just one of those just really useful, really kind of neat made cattle that just I think can put a lot of performance and a lot of dimension. And if you want the really kind of the big top, big hipped one, this red bull's going to probably really get your attention. He's got a little extra top, a little extra hip, probably shows a little more power than we have standing in the bulls on either side of him. But, just good individuals. And, in this young man's calf, the younger one of the bunch that's down here, I'm really attracted to this bull because I think if you're looking for a calving ease type individual, you want to start and look through this calf's front end and look at the way he's sculpted into that shoulder, the way he's put together. I think you're looking at an individual that has got a tremendous advantage when we compare him to maybe, just from a phenotypic looking at him from the standpoint of just, one that's built to kind of have some kind of be calving ease built into him. He's big ribbed, he's bulky made, but three really good calves, just good cattle that I think as breeders you should be able to sure find the one you need. So congratulations. Give him a nice hand on bringing out three good Lemmy bulls. Congratulations.
So in the North Ring, we do have a single entry in class number 3. Born May 7th of 22. After this class, a selection of your champion, male and Jew female, will take place. Real quick here's the results out of the limousine. Congratulations. First in class 2 will be Crazy Woman Creek. Second will also go to Crazy Woman Creek. And third goes to Benish Cattle. Your champion limousine bull exhibited by Crazy Woman Creek, and your reserve also by Crazy Woman Creek.
Well, again, numbers are big. We're not going to brag about that, but the quality exceptional. All 4 females we've seen in here in our main NG show contribute to the breed. And I was just thinking, what we took a lot of pride in when our kids were showing was to have the bred nodes. And so you buy this one here, and here at the end of March, she's going to lay down and have a calf, and you can raise your own show animal. I think, again, she's got the right kind of features to make a nice cow. She's good in the running gear. She's got plenty of cavity in terms of rib and designed nice in her skeleton down her top, and her tail head sets in her really good. You can see she's starting to kind of form up an udder, and due here at the end of March, if I remember right, so we got her bred up really good. And so again, there's just so many things that I think are very, very positive. The nice thing is she has this first calf, and then you take her, and from then on out, you can flush her, you can breed her the way you want, and like I said, you can raise your own champion out of that one. Good entry here. Congratulations. Very nice bred.
Congratulations in Class 3, Holt Cattle Company. We're going to bring those ladies back in for the selection of your champion, male and Jew female.
little time to we got them parked out here ready to tell. And again, for those of you that are interested here in purchasing, gives you a real good opportunity to kind of compare them. It's going to be a little tougher maybe to get them back into the stall, but you get a good idea of how the four cattle fit together and what kind of works for your program back home. That's really what it's all about. I learned a long time ago, you raise the kind that you like and you raise the kind that you can sell. Don't worry about everything else because it'll fall into place if you raise good ones. And I think we have that opportunity out here. All four of these cattle, I think, are really good underneath in terms of their skeleton. They each offer something just a little different in their look. You know, a couple of them have a little more rib cage, a couple of them have a little bit more muscle. So kind of depending on what angle you want to go with, you can sure have the opportunity to get into some good genetics right here. Again, we pick a champion for your overall here in a bit, and I guess that's tomorrow. And I guess for me, I think about that supreme lineup and the opportunity to pick a big heavy bred like we have out here that's still exceptionally good on quality gives us a real good opportunity, I think, in our supreme drive. So we're going to end up using our bred out here. She'll be our champion. Congratulations to that family. And then we'll go back to the heifers that we had two in that class. I think the marches, if I remember right, and we're going to use that class winner for the reserve overall. So congratulations to the women out here. And again, thank you exhibitors on a great set of NRG cattle to get her started.
And congratulations, your champion main exhibited by Holtz Cattle Company. Your reserve will go to Prospect Hill Farms. Just a note and a reminder, the sale tomorrow does start at 10 a.m. So at 10 o'clock, and the mains are down the list a little bit, but you're not going to want to miss this opportunity. We're going to move on to the bulls now as they lead the ladies out of the ring. Coming back will be class number 4, will be a single entry for the bulls. Born April 1st of 23. The South Ring will be starting here in a little bit with the Angus show, so stick around for that if you're looking to make some purchases of some Angus. So the reason you're seeing the weight is because they're taking photos. So they have taken over those champion and reserve champion from the mains. They're going to get those photos taken, and as soon as the judge is done smiling, we'll be back to start on the bulls. You know, Ronette, we see the FFA kids. It's National FFA Week, and I'm sure my life was extremely touched by FFA. Many of these kids and folks ringside as well have been involved in FFA when they were in high school. They see the importance of it. So it's nice to see these kids on a busy week that's going on still take some time and come out here to the Classic.
Absolutely. You know, I grew up in the Franklin FFA chapter and FFA was extremely important in building the next generation and all those life skills that they learn, and very honored for them to take the time to be here today. You know, it's a busy week. It is National FFA Week, and there is a lot of CED contests going on for Nebraska FFA youth. And, you know, the Classic Board is already busy brainstorming of, you know, can we hold some contests over in the building and do some different things over here? And so really building those kids. And, you know, we joke, these kids' schedules are busier than you and I ever thought of being.
Oh, I know. There is no way I think I could have survived as a teenager. But thanks, FFA kids. I know you're over there getting ready to do your next event. We appreciate you being here during National FFA Week, which leads me into another thing while we're waiting for the bull to come in here. You've got some amazing scholarships that your board has put together once again.
We do, and you know, the Classic Board is investing $24,000 back to youth that are involved in buying a steer heifer at any of the Classic sales. They sign up for our program. We do some educational tours in the summer. We actually take them and put them through a simple interview process, and so some very phenomenal opportunities for the kids as they're moving forward. So, you know, the one thing I want to back up just a moment, we were talking about FFA, and these kids are in the building. They have been given a task, and we give them a question today about learning about sustainability, learning about tools that can help beef producers be sustainable for years to come. And so they're here to learn face-to-face, whether it's with the tremendous vendors that are here exhibiting or the cattlemen in the back of the barn.
Lots of great opportunities, and sustainability, definitely that big buzzword right now.
It is, and you know, again, building that next generation and bringing opportunities to kids. And so there's lots of dads and grandpas that are ringside here watching the shows. Keep in mind all the junior shows that are involved with a specific breed that you have an interest in. Buy your son, grandson, granddaughter, daughters a heifer at any of these sales. When you check out at the buyer's registration, they have a flyer that talks about the scholarship program, and you don't have to be 20 years old, Susan. You know, we held our interviews for the kids that were in it last year. We've got a junior division, you know, that's from 8 to 10. And I tell you what, some of those 8-year-olds are more articulate and well aware of all the beef industry challenges than the 20-year-olds.
Which is pretty good for this industry as we move forward.
Absolutely, but it's all about building opportunities, providing the network, and introducing them to industry leaders, and it's a lot of fun. And plus, there's some great cash rewards back to the kids.
So beyond this year, how does somebody find out about getting involved in it coming up in 2025?
All they need to do is pick up the detail sheet at the buyer's registration area, and they can find that information there, or of course go to our website, nebraskaclassic.org. Want to remind everybody, Cactus Jack's is open over here. He's excited to be here to be a part of the Classic. He's going to be serving a great lunch today. And, you know, Susan, I've caught you down underneath doing some shopping and things in front.
Well, of course, you know, you got to update your wardrobe every time you're here.
You know, when I've been talking to guys, I'm like, we've got a great commercial trade show this year. There's really something for everybody, whether you're looking for tags, shoots, feed companies. And you know, you can barely see it, but that trailer over there, you might want to go in and check that out. It's got the word soap on the side of it, but it's worth your time to venture in there.
All right, I'm going to check it out. There's lots of things to see, lots of education. Beyond that, you've got the nutrition. I mean, if you've got nutrition concerns after the crazy rough winter we've had, it's a place you've got a lot of opportunities.
There is, and you know, Randy Lenz, can you hear me over there, Randy? He's shaking hands and talking to some little girls. And Randy with Perina Mills, he's never missed a Classic. He's been here since it started back in 1991. And Randy, can you hear me over there? George, make Randy put his hand in the air. George just put his hand up. He's the president of the Classic Board, and glad to have all of those guys out here helping us. So work your way all the way around the room. Very excited. Fred Smith's here with Nebraska Bull Service. He's very excited to have him and his team join us tonight in the Ag Pavilion. We're going to have a beef social, a buyer's supper, and you'll get to hear from Fred tonight and learn about Nebraska Bull Service, Vogler Seaman Centers. So lots of opportunities, lots of neat things happening, and more importantly, Susan, you did great on the weather.
Hey, I worked hard on it. It's Lent. I had to ask what I was praying for. I was praying for good weather for this week.
I want to remind you guys, too, while you're enjoying the day here at the Classic, make sure and step outside. Those commercial heifers are on display outside. A nice set of bred heifers, open heifers, as well as the new pin bulls are out there. And again, all of the sales will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Everything sells tomorrow except for the fancy heifers and the prospect steers that will sell on Friday.
All right, well, looks like we're about ready to start here on the south side. We're going to bring in the Angus show. We're going to kick it off with the first class.
It looks like we got some royalty joining us, Susan, as we're going to start our Angus show over here on the south side. And again, there's lots of opportunities as we're going to start our Angus show. Remember all of the Angus juniors and all of their shows. And Margot, where's your junior national this summer?
It's in Wisconsin, Madison, Wisconsin.
And as well as you have a summer show.
Yep, that'll be at Broken Bow, May 31st through the 2nd of June.
Wonderful. And then are the juniors, are they still going to have their show here in December?
I have not had word on that. I think they're planning for it, but
Lots of events and activities with the Nebraska Junior Angus Association. Make sure and stop by. Margot has a booth there in the Ag Pavilion that has lots of information in regards to Nebraska Angus breeders, and very honored to have her spending the day here. And Susan, tell us a little bit about your royalty you've got going on.
I was just going to ask Margot about that. Two wonderful ladies spending the day here. Tell us who we've got.
so we have our Nebraska Angus Queen, Addie Kraus. She's from Belgrade. And then we have our Nebraska Angus Princess, McKinley Stoller, and she's from Palisade.
And your booth is located where?
It's in the Ag Pavilion. It's pretty labeled Angus. It's pretty easy to find.
And you've got a lot of great information that we're going to have to talk more about, including an upcoming tour in September. All right, thank you so much.
As we get ready to start our Angus show on the south side, really nice April heifer calf. A great place, I think, to start a set of Angus females. I think if you are interested and you look at the EPDs on this female, what we've got provided, then you're going to see that, you know, this is the high growth female of the whole show. This is the female that if you want to add that extra performance that our EPDs are going to provide for us, or weaning EPD, or yearling EPD, or marbling EPD, her ribeye EPD, she's going to add tremendous amount of dimension and power and growth in her offspring. If you if you kind of read the paper on her, she's the one that I think you're drawn to when we start this female show. And along with it, the nice thing about it is, you know, she's a phenotypically, she's made right. She's big ribbed. She's got plenty of dimension to her. She's obviously a heifer calf that you could have a lot of fun with. I think she'd fit right into this program that they have available for these females, scholarship program, and the junior heifer show that's coming up this weekend. This would be a fun one to have. So great place to start. This is a really nice heifer calf to start our Angus show with. Congratulations. Give this young lady a nice hand for bringing this one out. We'll look forward to her bringing her back as we get ready to end the day. But congratulations on a good one to start with.
And congratulations, Class 1, exhibited by Deathlifts Angus Ranch. Class 2 set to come in the ring here momentarily. There'll be 4 in this class, all born during the month of March of 23.
You know, Susan, we've been joking about that everybody's having a hard time of we're just going to relax today and have fun. You know, it's pretty exciting that we're going to be able to allow the judges, they'll take pictures between the heifers and the bulls. That way they're in our official backdrops. So beautiful weather, great day, lots of things going at you. And again, the judges will go to the backdrop, but for the heifers, they'll go for the bulls, and we will take a lunch break today. We've got lots of things to see and enjoy here at the Classic.
Real quick here, while he's still looking over this group of heifers, we got to give a big shout out to your crew, because a lot of folks don't see the behind the scene work that those guys are doing. And they may see them out here, you know, with the scooper cleaning up messes or leading in a group of classes, but they deserve a little bit of kudos too.
Absolutely. And, you know, I like to joke that the Classic has a great team from the board of directors to all of the girls that are running. And, you know, if you would have been around here on Saturday when we kicked off with our judging contest and we had 500 and some kids here, we had kids that came from Ohio, California, all to judge here at the Classic. And every cattleman in the building ought to be proud that, you know what, those kids are coming to Nebraska to look at cattle here. And so had a lot of fun, and everybody, we kept everything on time. And so we're just getting good and started, and want to thank everybody for taking their time to come and enjoy the day. We've got a great day planned.
Those are really nice Class Angus females. Before we start pulling them out and lining them up, I think we're going to go through and just talk about them, you know, and talk about the way I see them and kind of the things that I think these cattle, kind of some of the advantages that they can bring and the opportunities I think that lay with all four of these heifers, kind of what you can do or the places you can use them. And I think if we start on this end and we want just phenotypically, we're going to look at these cattle and you're going to step back and kind of think about what maybe they can offer or what they can do. And I think obviously, as you said on the outside and you look in, if you're looking into these heifers and you're thinking kind of which one maybe has that little bit of extra eye appeal that's probably going to maybe kind of get some attention if it's a junior, if you want to go show one, kind of where you want to start at. I think this young man's heifer that stands on the front end, I think she probably brings a little extra ring appeal to us when we look at them, and I think you can kind of talk about it a lot of different ways, but I think realistically nowadays when you show cattle and you're in the show ring, there's a lot of people that, you know, they want to start and look at cattle through the front end structure and kind of length of neck and feminine front ends in them, and this heifer's really made with that look. She has that profile that you kind of like to see. She's going to be a little extra, have a little extra look up in her front end structure. I think that's the, you know, just the advantage maybe in this class when we start talking about show heifer prospects. This is one that if you're going to really kind of look forward to Saturday or when the junior show is, or look down the road for the state junior Angus show or junior national, that'll be one that you're attracted to because of the way she's built out of that front end. She's big ribbed on the profile. She's just super attractive to look at. She's a female that sure has a lot of advantage. The heifer that stands behind her, what I really appreciate about this female, and I like them, I like all kinds of Angus females. We have a variety of kinds in our program at home because we have some different things we try to do. But this is the kind of female that I think we all have to make a living in this business. You got to have these kind of maternal type, kind of big ribbed, high volume. You know, the moderation of Angus cattle sometimes is to our advantage because we're living in such, you know, different environments and feed costs get to be high. And, you know, if it's not part of your world to worry about coming to a junior show next weekend, this female should be something you should really be attracted to. This is kind of a nice made Angus heifer that's got a true advantage, I think, from the standpoint of one that, you know, is going to be easy to maintain. She's going to do what we expect her to do. She looks really good on paper. She's a female that's got a great set of EPDs to go with it. So truly, I think a female that's a real breeding piece that's got a lot going for her. Young lady's heifer that comes next as we talk about them, just a high growth female, kind of a big volume, rugged made individual. It's interesting. It's typical of what you'll see in the Angus breed a lot of times. Phenotypically, maybe they aren't going to match up with their EPDs. Her EPDs aren't going to show us on paper the growth that she has that you see here. And I'll just be real honest with you. If you're familiar with the Angus breed, then you know that probably what's happened is, and happens to all of us, we have really good Angus cows that have done what we expect them to do. They raise the cattle we expect them to raise, but by EPD standards, those older cows do not have an advantage. We're at a disadvantage sometimes by using our really good Angus females if you want to just look at paper. And I would assume maybe this female has a little bit of that. She doesn't have quite as much growth in her on her papers when we compare to the heifers standing on either side of her. She's a female that maybe doesn't give us quite the same amount of performance as some of them, but this is still females that I think have a tremendous phenotypically big ribbed, high volume, high performing female. Heifer that follows behind her, again, another of the same kind. Females that are structurally right, they're put together right, they're cattle that just can do so many things. They have enough weight per day of age, they have enough performance, they're kind of the right kind. They're the cattle that I think you just kind of are drawn to. So a really unique set of cattle. And I'll be real honest with you, when you go through and start sorting sale cattle and start talking about the cattle that these people are that you need to buy, that you need to find in your program, then you're going to see a lot of things different than what's easy to stand out here in the ring and just pick one phenotypically. But there's an advantage, there's an option, I think, available out here in all of these. We're going to line them up because we have to for a sale order, but that does not mean that wherever you go in this group, you're not going to find a female that can help your program. Because I can tell you, I could find a place for all four of these heifers and use them in my program. For me today, the one that's probably the combination that I'm drawn to the most will be this female that stands on this end. We'll let her come out. She'd be the one that I would, just from a combination factor of phenotypically and numbers to go with her, EPDs, I think she kind of fits the bill. We're going to follow with this young lady's heifer that comes next. Follow with this heifer on this end down there, young man's female that just striking it from her appearance, and then follow with this young man's female that I think has a tremendous amount of value to her. She's really functional type of an Angus female that's got a lot of future. So great set of cattle. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations on a good set of cattle.
All right, as we get started in our Main Anjou Bull Show, we got him broke now. Sankey's doing a good job helping us out. He come in here pretty bright-eyed, and I think as he moves, you can see his nerves are working on this old creature right here. But so let's think about him down the road. I think some of the strengths he's going to contribute is just his stoutness. He's kind of got a big old, mature, stout-looking head, and he's shaped up really good, and his base width is good. And if you're needing a bull to kind of improve some muscle shape and open some cattle up, and this guy ought to do it pretty well. And yet he's not going to be a super big frame bull. I think he'll always weigh up, pretty good because he's dense enough, but we can do that in a more moderate package, and I think that's what we find here in this guy. So it'll be a lot easier to get him some buddies here in a few minutes and let him walk around the ring. We've kind of got the edge knocked off him right now, so again, a nice way to get us started here in our bull show in the Main Anjous.
And congratulations on the Main Anjou side. Class 4 exhibited by EMS Enterprises. Class 5 set to enter the ring on the north side, and there are two in this class, February 7th and March 6th of 23.
Another really nice single entry fall yearling female. Said they've got her bred. They've got her bred to one of the really up-and-coming young Angus bulls of the breed. So this is kind of the moneymaker, I think, when you want to start looking for females that maybe are already where you want them to be. These guys got the hard part done. Getting them bred to the right bulls sometimes is always a challenge. And so just a super nice fall yearling, kind of a high growth individual, a female that looking at her, you can see it too. She's big ribbed, she's big boned, she's good footed. She's a female that's sure going to bring some performance power to her calf. So really nice bred female. Forward to getting her back out here. Give this young man a nice hand. Congratulations on another good one.
All right, we're going to get you caught up on the Angus side in Class 2. First, we'll go to Vision Angus. Second to 4M Angus. Third exhibited by Cisco Brothers Cattle Company. And fourth was exhibited by Weathers Farms. And in Class 3, first we'll go to Vision Angus. Set to bring in our final Angus female. This will be class number 4. She was born March 25th of 22.
Well, again, I think the cases here, just depending on what your program needs, I think both bulls have just a tremendous amount of quality to them. And as we look at the bull the gentleman has here in front, I think the thing when I say quality about him is the quality of his skeleton. He is so soft-made in his knee, the angle of his shoulder. I love the design of his hip, and you kind of study him, you know, from his stifle to his hock and into the ground as he walks around out here in the ring. He's exceptional in the way that he's built, I think, and really all parts of his skeleton. And then yet he still has, to me, you know, for a yearling bull out here, a coming yearling, he's still pretty young. He's got a real masculine look about his head and his neck. He's got nice testicular development. He's shaped up really good. You know, I think if you got some cows that just need some extra punch, you want to build them right to the ground in terms of feet and skeleton, this guy sure has the opportunity, I think, to pass that on. So very good high individual from that standpoint. We can also talk about quality in this bull the young lady shows here in terms of his look. You know, he's got the length of neck, comes up out of his blade very nice, his extra length of body that he has. And you know, sometimes we make cattle big and long, we also have to take a little of the dimension out of them, and I don't think we're having to do that on this guy right here. He's still shaped up good in his upper rib. I like the way when you get in behind him, for as good looking as he is up front, he still has good pin width. He's got some muscle to him. So again, his quality is one that can really, I think, add some look and some length in a particular calf crop down the road. So I think both entries are exceptionally good. I just think this one's very intriguing that the gentleman shows in terms of his structural build, his soundness, and the way that he gets out and goes out here, and step very, very, very masculine. So we will, breeders, keep you as you were brought in here. This bull will be first, this bull will be second, but I encourage you to study him and kind of, again, figure out what you need at home and figure out which bull works best for you.
Well, on the Angus side, again, we start talking about these females as, you know, kind of females that are herd builders, money makers, ones that can do something for us. And again, we're to the point with a bred heifer that, you know, is going to calve here within 30 days, she's showing it, she's getting close to calving. Really a nice Angus female. Just got a tremendous amount of rib, lots of top in her. She's soft made. She's got enough performance to her. She's good enough on paper. She's a female that can do a lot of things, and I think the advantage of having a heavy bred is, you know, we're 30 days away from the opportunity to start making some money out of these cattle. So some of the guesswork, I think, from that standpoint is taken out of it. But really a good individual, very deserving of being out here. This is one I think that as an Angus breeder you sure have to be drawn to, because you can start at the ground and work your way up, and trying to find Angus females with extra bone and substance and dimension to them sometimes gets a little bit harder, but this is one that sure brings it all to the ring. So congratulations on a nice individual. We'll look forward to bringing our class winners back to pick our champion Angus female, but this is a good female. I sure think is a, you know, whether you're wanting to buy a female to raise show heifers or whether you're wanting to buy a female to add some performance power in your cow herd, she's going to do it. So congratulations on a good one, and we'll look forward to bringing them back.
Well, again, I thought the heifer show, and we just had a few, was really good. And then we bring in, I think, a nice set of bulls. All four of them, again, are exceptionally good. And to bring a bigger bull like this, an age advantage bull to town that is in as good a rig as he is and as good a quality as he is, he's, I think, a very high-end individual that can do a lot of things good. And again, I think the thing that I look at is his skeleton and the angle of his shoulder, his ability to sit down really true at the ground. His feet are so nice. They're round all the way at the surface. I don't see any claws ever curling out and having a screw toe on that one because he's not built that way. He's got the right kind of claws set underneath him. His length of top is good. He's got plenty of muscle to him. You know, as you watch him walk, again, occasionally he'll kind of tighten up on an ankle. I have no concern about that whatsoever because as I look at the angle of his hock, his pasture and the way that it's shaped, it's probably just a bull being on concrete with a little bigger size like that, that he's doing that. So his flexibility, his looseness, and his goodness at the ground, I think, is the real deal. So again, a really high-end individual here to represent this older bull class.
Get ready to pick our Angus female champions, and really a nice lineup of these heifers in the ring. We've had just good cattle all day long. I think, you know, pretty good numbers, and I think number-wise of cattle shown, and a good set of cattle all the way through. And I think it's, you know, you can find, I guess you can look through these cattle and sure find a place to start any one of these and let it as the champion of this show. The female are, like we talked about, the young heifer calf, kind of the high growth female in the breed from a number standpoint. Tremendous amount of growth numbers, really good carcass numbers. A female that, from an EPD standpoint, you're sure going to be drawn to. Female that wins the second class, kind of that combination heifer. I think she puts a lot of good things together. She's good ribbed, good top, attractive made, just kind of, and has kind of the EPDs, I think, to match up. Big-bodied, bulky made, powerful female that comes into that third class. Again, start talking about these bred heifers. The farther along you are, the closer you are to making money. And we've got two breds standing down here in our fall bred and then in our spring bred heifer. So really a good set of cattle. Nice second out of that one class. We had a good group of four females and just, I think, some real advantages out here. But give these exhibitors a nice hand. It's tough to get cattle ready to come, especially with the winter we've had, and this is a good lineup. I'll show you a pair of these heifers that I think kind of match up good. So congratulations on a good set of females.
In our Main Anjou Bull Show, again, you know, I think the quality has been good in every class. We've got the youngest bull down here, very moderate, perhaps the most muscular bull of the group when you consider his age, and I talked about the ability to transmit some muscle and red meat. I think he ought to do that very well. We had those two bulls there, the March and the February. They were in that next class, and this March bull just so good in his skeleton. Quality of hair coat design, I think, is really quite nice in him. And, of course, the bull that was second to him, perhaps the best-looking creature of the four that we had out here in the ring. So really long neck and very, very long in his spine. And then we bring the big age bull out here in class, and, again, I think he does does things very well. He's got a quality look. He's got a nice skeleton set inside of him, and the way that he handles his stuff at the ground, I think, is quite nice. He doesn't give up any muscle to do that either. Sometimes we got to do that. We got to take a little out of him to make him kind of loose and flexible, and I don't think we have to do it in this case here. So again, I think all the entries are very nice. I'm going to stick here with our older bull. He'll be our champion. Then we'll come back with the bull that won the second class. Will be our reserve in our main on juice show. Congratulations. A great set of cattle here, people.
All right, we're going to head to the backdrop for all of ours. We'll be back on the north side with the Keys. We'll be back eventually here on the south side with the Bulls for the Angus. But wanted to catch you up on some of those results. Class 3 on the Angus side, exhibited by Vision Angus, and Class 4 exhibited by Triple S Cattle. And congratulations, your champion Angus female was exhibited by Triple S Cattle coming out of Class 4. Your reserve champion is Vision Angus coming out of Class number 2. On the north side, I'd like to say thank you to Emma Hall. I think she may have left the ring. Maybe she's getting ready to go over for maybe picture backdrops, but she is the main Anjou princess. So thank you to Emma Hall for being with us today. In the bulls, class number 5, first was exhibited by Rockin' T Ranch and second by Bar S Cattle Company. Out of class 6, exhibited by Prospect Hills Farms. Here's your champion main Anjou female exhibited by bulls exhibited by Prospect Hill Farms, and your reserve exhibited by Rockin' T Ranch.
You know, Susan, we remember last year we were very honored to have Miss Rodeo, Nebraska with us last year, Miss Rebel, and pronounce her last name for me. Sokocha. You know, it was very fun to have her, and I know we've got some rodeo little princesses back there. Why don't you come join us up here on the table? Susan wants to introduce you, and you know, it's very exciting. Last year, Rebel did a great job, kind of her platform of promoting agriculture, promoting the beef industry, and you know, these girls are all involved in ag. A lot of them are growing up on ranches, and so they're here and promoting their opportunities, so we'll introduce them here in a little bit. And I believe you had the honor to work with Rebel a little bit at KRVN.
I did. Rebel was our intern for a while, and then she came on working for us part-time while she went to classes at UNL. So an amazing young lady. We were all cheering her on during the contest ahead of the National Finals Rodeo. Was bummed, but she made it into the top 10. But she's an amazing, amazing young lady.
Lots of talent with young people, and again, welcome to all of the FFA youth that are here today. And you know, our FFA numbers are a little smaller this year, and we talked about every school is having their CED contest today, except for about 4 of them, and we have those 4 here at the Classic. But you know, the CED contests and all of the opportunities that youth have in FFA is phenomenal.
I want to kind of talk real quick while we're waiting for those young ladies to come up here and join us. Let's talk a little bit about your board. and the work that they do, because this isn't just we're going to show up the week of the Classic. This is a year-round commitment for these board members.
It is, and they're all volunteering their time, and you'll see them scattered throughout the building. George Janning, that is the president of the Classic Board, he's been a part of it since it started back in 1991 when they came up with the idea just to hold a cattle show and sale in February. And, you know, back in 1991, things were a lot different than they are today. And I know last night, another one of the founding board members, Keith Stafford, was around here. And I think if you sat down with them and asked them if they ever thought that it would grow into 3 different events held throughout the year, my guess they would be very pleased with how it's expanded. And Susan, why don't you take a moment and make these young ladies introduce themselves and tell them where they're from?
You bet. Why don't you guys kind of step up here so everybody can see you? And I'll start out with you. Tell me who you are.
Okay, my name is Taylor Bowling. I am the 2023 Miss Central Nebraska Rodeo Queen, and I am from Broken Bow, Nebraska.
Hi, my name is Shaylin Rasmussen. I am the 2023 Cedar County Rodeo Queen, and I am from Burwell, Nebraska.
Hi, I'm Bria Bergman. I'm the 2023 Central Nebraska Rodeo Princess, and I'm from Orchard, Nebraska.
Hi, my name is Sydney Holmes. I am the 2023 Rodeo Cowgirls Association Sweetheart, and I'm from Ord, Nebraska.
Hi, I'm Ella Baker, and I'm the 2024 RCA Nebraska Little Miss, and I'm from Palisade, Nebraska.
Well, thanks, ladies, for coming and joining us today.
Well, I think back in our north side of the ring here, I think they're ready to get the north side back rolling. Again, want to remind everybody, lots of commercial exhibitors here, but more importantly, while you're here today, go back in the cattle stalls, visit with these guys, talk to them about their program, talk to them about their animals they brought, whether it's the bulls, the heifers, lots of opportunities. And again, those sales will start tomorrow at 10 o'clock. If you are wanting to get a buyer's number, I believe our girls are up front there. Neva kind of ramrods that area. You can get a buyer's number. And once you get a buyer's number, it is good the entire time here at the Classic.
All right, we're underway now on the north side, starting out with our keys. This will be a single entry, class number 1, born the 29th of March.
We'll get off to a nice start here in our Kenina show. And again, the things that I think where this heifer really excels in, obviously she's alert, heads up, clean made. very muscular in her shape as you kind of study the turn in her top and out into her hip. And I bet you we take her back home and put her in a natural environment, let her fill back up. You're going to say, you know what, she's got plenty of body too. You can see that in the shape to her rib cage, the way it comes out of her spine. And she does it being a Baldy. A friend of mine told me once upon a time, he said, Shockey, that's the money stripe. And when you got that running down between your eyes like that, and it is amazing, you go to market cattle, how something, again, as simple as that, can really make a difference in their value. So if she has that ability to transmit that kind of look, along with just a little splash of white or bling on her up in her head there, I think she has the opportunity to kind of be a good investment here to make better ones. So, yeah, nice start here in our first class. I think we got one more, and so just hang tight, and we're going to pick us a champion.
All right. Congratulations out of Class 1 of our Keys RA Cattle. We'll bring in our second class. This will be class number 2. Again, a single entry for them. And this heifer entering the ring on the north side was born January 10th of 22.
Again, I think you can see this one having the ability to kind of generate some real high-end cattle. She, has good presence out here. She's got that real alert ear, and neck sets out of her shoulder really nice. She's got good bone work, and yet it's not to the extreme where it's too round and coarse. I think she's got the right amount of bone for a female, blends in very nicely in her joints. And then as you kind of work back, I mean, for one that's got as nice as sternum and chest in her, and then you study the middle part of her body, a great big rib cage, and it's a real true rib cage. It's not one of them fed-on looking kinds that's full of fat, because you study her out of her spine. She's got the right kind of shape to it, the sweep to it, all indicates to me that it's natural. Big hip in that one there. So, again, I'm always looking long-term. A lot of people, I want to win the show tomorrow. I want to win the show the next 5 years. So when we take her home and we make her a cow, we have the opportunity to mate her a lot of different directions. I think we have a real opportunity here to raise good stock out of that one right there, because she has such presence out here, and yet the things it takes to make, I think, a pretty low input kind of cow. So very nice entry here in our bred heifer.
And congratulations to Schultz Cattle will be the winner of class number 2, bringing both those females back in for the selection of your champion key. And Ronette, we're getting ready to start now with the Angus Show. Back up again, bringing the boys in, a single entry out of class 5, born March 3rd of 23.
Well, what a great place to start our Angus Bull show. This is he a March yearling? This is a good individual. Man, you want to talk about cattle that can add some performance, can add some dimension, and they're good at the ground. I tell you what, really, I've kind of drawn to him also. He's really tight underlined, and I think, as we kind of go through this, it's nice to see Angus cattle that have kind of tight in their underline. They're good in their testicle shape. They're good at their bone work and down at the ground. And this is just a good calf, man. This dude can do a lot of things right. He can sure add a lot of performance and a lot of dimension. So it's a great place to start. Congratulations on a good single entry to start our Angus Bull show with.
Go ahead. Okay, real quick, we'll get our champion here in our Key show. Again, I appreciate both cattle. They're obviously different in type and kind. The young heifer, like we talked about, good presence out here in the ring and got a lot of muscle. Shape of ribs going to be good in her, and maybe again hasn't taken to the show quite as comfortably, but she still, I think, has a lot of good pieces to her. Then we just discussed our big bred that I think is the kind that a person can kind of take home and do some things with and make it a pretty interesting marketing opportunity for somebody. So we're going to stick with our bred as our champion here, and then of course our calf will end up in reserve. And congratulations and best of luck to the both of you.
And congratulations, your champion Key, exhibited by Scholl's Cattle. That comes out of class number 2. And your reserve champion is out of class 1, 6A, exhibited by RA Cattle. I want to take quick pictures of those females. We'll be back with the Key bulls here in a moment on the north side. But if you move your selection over to the south ring, we're into class number 6. These bulls are born all in January of 23.
Another really good class. These 3 January yearlings, these are individuals I think you can sure find a lot of options available to you. You can go a lot of different directions, whether you want to just kind of focus strictly on EPDs or whether you want to throw in some phenotype and some performance to go with it. As we just talk about these individuals, I think this calf that stands on the front end of these 3 bulls, I think he's a lot like the calf that just left the last class. These are kind of high growth individuals. Phenotypically, they're cattle that are good performance-wise. When you stand back and look at them, they're sure nice on the profile. They've got big ribs in them, lots of dimension to them. When you get right on top of them, they got big tops in them. They're cattle that come down to the ground with some width and some dimension. So just, good individuals. Like I said, just very similar to the bulls that we had in the class ahead of him. Bull that stands in the middle, I think you can go to the paper on this bull and look at his EPDs and be drawn to this calf. He is calving ease with growth, tremendous amount of marbling in him. He's one that if you're going to feed cattle out, you're going to want to have some growth in them and have some marbling and get them on a, sell them on a grade scale. You're going to be attracted to this individual. He's one that, he's good. He's probably not, You know, and obviously he's maybe just not quite as fitted up as the bulls that stand on either side of him. But if you look past that and just look at this individual from the standpoint of what he provides, he's a pretty good calf there's a lot of things about him you like. I like his frame size. I like his growth. I like the fact that, he's pretty green, but he's still got some good weight to him. He's an individual that, I think sure got a lot of future to him. And I think he's one that, can sure add some things from a genetic standpoint. He's one that sure can do you some good. Then I think this young lady's bull that we follow that's standing in line here third, I think this is a calf that you have to appreciate him. He looks like one that he's got a big rib in him. He's real soft made. If I was going to pick one and say, man, I want to raise some females, real maternal in his kind, this would be the one that you're kind of drawn to. But just from the way he's made phenotypically, he reads up good on paper. He's a good individual from the standpoint. All three of these cattle in here are very acceptable and can sure find a place to be used. I really appreciate this calf because I think he just I like the fact that he is real soft made, kind of soggy the way he comes to us. And I think as we relate that down the line, you turn these bulls out, he's going to be an easy keeping kind. His females ought to be the same way. And there's going to be definitely enough performance and growth in his calf. So this is a nice lineup of bulls. There's lots of places to go. I think as buyers of these individuals, I think you could sure find one to fit your needs. For me today, we're going to start with this young man's bull, the Lot 10 bull that stands on the front end. We'll let him lead this class out. We're going to follow with the young lady's bull that comes next, and then follow in with the real high marbling, high growth numbered bull in this breed. So, good set of cattle all the way through. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. 3 pretty good bulls out here. Congratulations.
And congratulations out of Class 6, first exhibited by Benish Cattle, second exhibited by B2 Angus, and third will go to Makita Farms Incorporated. Class number 7 is a single entry that's coming in, born May 15th of 22. And momentarily on the north side, we'll be starting with our key bulls. Will be a single entry coming out of Class 3. Again, momentarily starting with the keys on the north side.
Another really nice individual on our Angus Bull show. And the good thing is we're getting into these age advantage bulls, these older 2-year-olds coming twos that are going to breed a lot of cattle, going to do a lot of things. This calf's really nice, man. You look at him, read his EPDs, look at his, his calving ease along with his growth. He's an individual that can do a lot of things. And phenotypically, you have to appreciate him. He is good topped. He's got some hip. He's got some dimension. He's big testicled. He's another good calf that I think sure got a lot of future. So, this is a calf that looks like to me you can sure turn him out and breed a lot of cows. Going to do a lot of things right. Looks like he ought to be a calving ease individual. So he's made that way and he reads that way on paper. So good single entry as we get into these older bulls. Congratulations on this bull. We'll look forward to bringing all these back.
And Class 7 was exhibited by Muller Polled Herefords. We're going to move on now with our Angus show to Class 8, a single entry, March 6th of 22. And on the north side, we're back with our keys. This is a single entry out of Class 3, born March 14th of 23.
We start our Kenny and the Bulls show, March entry that, again, I think we always need to consider the age and where they're at, and certainly for his age, this bull's just got a lot of stuff to him. You know, he's big body, he's really bold in the shape up high. He complements that with a kind of a nice muscular shape all the way back into his hip, and yet with all that substance, he's not coarse either. He's laid in smooth enough to his shoulder. He's clean enough in his bone work. I don't see any real issues down the road when we start having calves out of this guy. I don't see anything being too radical, too extreme to create any kind of problems whatsoever. And then, on top of that, big, good shaped testicles underneath him. So I think he's ready to go. He's certainly got enough to him, and performance-wise, he's right intact where he needs to be for his age.
Another really nice single entry on our Angus side. And this would be what I'd consider, you know, the calving ease specialist of the bull show. He's a double-digit CED bull. He's negative birth. He's a big, you know, strong-aged individual. You can turn him out and breed a lot of heifers with this dude. You can breed a lot of cows. You know, nice thing I think from his advantage from the calving ease standpoint is looks like to me you can sure count on him. He's made that way. He's made up in his front end structure, I think, to kind of spit those calves out. And I think from the standpoint of, along with that, some of the advantages that he brings, you know, he's really good in his marbling score. He's big rib-eyed. He's good in his rib-eye score. I think this is an individual that covers a lot of things that you can do a lot of good things with. But if I was in here looking for a bull to breed heifers to and something to turn out and really count on getting a lot of them bred, I'd sure be interested in this one. He's big nutted, he's good underlined, and he's sure one that's got a lot of advantage from that standpoint. So another good individual. We'll look forward to bringing him back. Congratulations on another good bull.
You know, Susan, we've been talking about sponsors and all the opportunities, and I'm going to take a moment and I'm going to embarrass him. But over on the north side of the ring, Les Vogler, put your hand in the air. Welcome to the Classic, sir. Good to see you. Vogler Seaman Center's no stranger here at the Classic. And, you know, last night we were reminiscing, Les, you weren't here, but we were talking about you. We even had a moment, talked about your dad. I said back in the old days in the old expo building, you know, he'd be joking, turn the heat on, Renette, turn the heat on. And I said, this be 1 year that old Lloyd Vogler'd be smiling from ear to ear saying it's beautiful weather out. So thank you to Vogler Seaman Center for being a sponsor here at the Classic. Honor to work with their family and look forward to doing a fun tour at Vogler Seaman Center this summer. So thank you to them for being a sponsor here at the Classic.
And congratulations in the South Ring. Class 8 went to Deathlifts Angus Ranch. We're going to be ready to bring Class 9 in here momentarily. Class 9 will have 3 bulls in them from January 25th to February 23rd of 22. And on the north side, we do have 3 entries in Class 4. February 26th, and then 2 of them March 2nd, of 23.
Renette, I'm going to add a couple things to the Voglers. I've got to know them personally here the last couple of years. Them are good people. They work hard. They got a great program out here. And their mom makes one heck of a pie, too. Oh, I tell you what, we had a little auction here after our sale, a red heifer sale, and they participated with us, and we sold, I think, 10 or 11 pies, and we averaged over $100. So, yeah, $100 well spent. Anyway, that is a good program, and I encourage you, if you have something, and we've already seen some bulls today that need to head there and get collected. We got one in this class, too, that I think could sure head that direction. Them guys will take good care of you, and they'll do it upright. So we kind of combined a couple of classes here. We'll just go through and talk about them. Our bull up here on the front side here, a big, long, stretchy rascal, really level in his top. Tail head sets in him nice. He's very smooth. Again, not excessive in his bone work. And I think, again, like Chris had mentioned over there a time or two about calving these cattle and how they need to be built and look. And it's kind of, you can kind of read this guy that way. He's just so smooth the way he lays into his shoulder, his head shape nice. Body depth is good. So, again, one that I have no idea what his actual birth weight is or what his EPD suggests. I think just based on what we see visually out here, we sure don't expect any problems out of him. The bull that stands here in the middle, very moderate. He's soft. He's good body. He's got nice quality hair. Again, pretty basic in his structure. He doesn't have any big problems at the ground. His skeleton holds together very nice. And I think from the standpoint of, having some top and some hip, he's just a good bull that you got to start to pick any major holes in him. You're going to have a hard time doing it because there's just nothing really that I think comes to him as being a real major issue in his kind. Ma'am, you're a good hand out here. He's wanting to kind of test your patience. You're doing good. I learned a long time ago, I ain't cut out for showing these things anymore. So I tell you what, that's a good creature too. You know what he does the things that I like in the other two bulls in a very nice package. He's got some framework. Again, he's real alert and up-headed. He's got some quality to his look. Of the three, he's probably just a little stouter in his bone, his general shape, and just the amount of red meat that he's got stuck inside of him. So I think he's a real high-quality event to have here in this particular class. So I think what we will do today, fellas, he will be our class winner. Is that we're going to need to rank him for our overall? Okay. He'll be our class winner. Again, I'd like to take a vote here from the stands, but we can't do that. I'm going to use the bull here in the middle. I just think he's just a good, functional, fault-free kind of rascal. He'll be second. And then the much longer stretcher bull here, he's going to wind up in third. So, again, thank you, people, for bringing these cattle out. I think it's a nice trio of bulls to sort through.
Congratulations to KQM Cattle. They had first, second, and third out of Class 4. As we wrap up our key show with the bulls, this is class number 6, single entry, January 25th of 23. And if you look over on the south side, entering the ring now is Class 9, 3 entries, January 25th of 22 to February 23rd of 22.
This bull's got a little bit of an age advantage over some of the calves we just looked at, and again, kind of cut from the same cloth just from a quality standpoint. He's got a nice head. He's good in his throat and his chest. Length of top is good. He blends everything together really nice out here, and sure has enough muscle and body. I think one of the things that's kind of hard to do when you bring an individual in here by themselves, they're kind of dancing around here, they're a little nervous anyway, and they never look probably as natural moving out here by themselves as they do back home. And again, I wouldn't be, don't be too prejudgmental on that and watch this bull move. I think the skeleton is okay in here. He's just a little timid the way he wants to move off his hind leg. But I learned a long time ago when I lived in Kentucky, we used to go at the horse track and I'd bet on them thoroughbreds, and there'd be them big thoroughbreds coming in, their old hind legs all tangled up. Well, I ain't gonna bet on that one. Well, guess which one won the class? Yeah, the thoroughbred that had his old hind legs tangled up. So again, they kind of get that way right here, and that's the way that bull kind of strikes me as he comes in there. He's a little nervous and maybe just a little more timid the way that he moves, but he's got a lot of quality to his look.
Congratulations going out to Barras Cattle Company, winning of the class number 6. We're now going to bring in those bulls for the selection of your champion and reserve champion key. Again, just a quick reminder, the sale tomorrow gets underway at 10 o'clock. Your opportunity to spend some time in the barns, and then later on this evening having more conversations at 5 o'clock this evening. It's in the Ag Pavilion behind the John Deere tractor at 5 o'clock tonight to have those further conversations about what you could be bringing home tomorrow.
Well, this is a pretty good class of these older coming twos. You know, the opportunity to buy 2-year-old bulls sometimes gets a little harder. We don't maybe have as many opportunities to buy these age advantage bulls that'll breed a lot of cows, do a lot of things for us. And so I think this is really nice that these cattle, that we've got this group of older bulls brought to you as an opportunity to kind of pick up some of these individuals that can, boy, they can cover a lot of cows. They can do a lot of things. And, you know, as we just talk about them and walk our way through them, you know, the bull on the front end up here, he's really smooth made, ties in neat into his shoulders, reads really nice on paper. Just a good individual when we talk about cattle with some rib shape and some dimension, and it can do a lot of things and would project out that they're going to, you know, leave you with a set of females that ought to be good doing kind of cattle. This would be one that you'd sure be drawn to. Big, stout power bull that stands in the middle of this class. He's got the big spread on paper. He's a negative to high growth. He's got some advantages from the paper standpoint. And just as an individual to stand back and look at him, you sure have to appreciate him. He does have a big top in him. He's got a lot of substance, a lot of dimension in that individual. And as we look at this bull that stands third in line the young lady has, it's a good dude. I like him the way he's put together. I think for the amount of mass that he carries, I think he ties in really neat into his shoulder. Comes back in with a big amount of rib in him. He's got a tremendous hip in him, big nutted, just one of those bulls that looks like to me he could go do a lot of things right. And then I think you can step back and you look at him on paper, you know, and he is kind of the high ribeye, high marbling bull in this group. He's from a carcass standpoint. He's going to be an advantage in a lot of places. And I think from the standpoint of turning bulls out, you want them to, if your business is to raise replacement females and you want these cattle that look like those kind of, that can have some maternal traits, if your business is to feed these cattle and hang them on the rail, then you're going to need these bulls that can add some advantage from a marbling standpoint, a ribeye standpoint. And I think that's available in all of these bulls. You know, for me, I think kind of that combination of the way we're going to put them together for where I like to start at. Let's start with this young lady's bull. He's going to be the bull that we're going to use to win this class. I think he's a big, stout 2-year-old that does a lot of things right. We're going to follow with the bull that stands right in front of him, the big spread bull on paper that, goes from calving ease to high growth and does a lot of things. And then we'll follow with the young man's bull that's big ribbed, high volume individual that sure looks like he could do a lot of things for you too. So good set of these cattle all the way through, nice set of these older bulls. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing out a good set of 2-year-olds.
Here's the results coming out of Class 9. First and second will go to Schulte Angus Ranch, and third goes to Makita Farms Incorporated. We're going to bring those bulls back in for your selection of your champion Angus bull. If you're following along on the show schedule that is in the side of the first cover of the book, we are going to take a 30-minute break after the Simmental show out of the North Ring and roughly a 30-minute break after the Gelve show on the South Ring.
It's a pretty nice lineup of Angus bulls. When we start talking about the opportunities to buy cattle that can fit a certain niche, you can find something that you like, from whether it's the calving ease specialist bulls that we have in here, or whether it's the big growth bulls, or whether it's just the really good phenotype individuals that can do a lot of things right. They can give you some rib and some volume, some mass, and some real performance. So I think there's a lot of places to go. Sure is a good lineup, I think, from a standpoint of an opportunity to buy cattle that can do you some good. I think you ought to be able to find what you need in this group of bulls. Excuse me. I think we give these exhibitors a really nice hand. I'll show you a pair of these bulls that I really like, and congratulations to everybody that's brought them out. We'll look forward to the opportunity when they sell these cattle to kind of see what you all think, but I do think there's plenty of opportunities here on a good set of cattle. So congratulations again. We'll show you a pair of champions.
Well, in our Canada Bull Show, again, I appreciate these exhibitors for bringing them to town, and some of them are probably not quite ready for town yet, but we're getting them over the hump, and quite honestly, Not many bulls come to town and show anymore, so I'm pretty sure the bull here that's on the end, he'll be a whole lot happier we get him kicked out on a set of cows and let him do what he can do, because I think he's got a lot of good features to him. He's going to be our champion out here in the lineup, so congratulations to that fellow there trying to keep a hold of him. And then I think for reserve, again, it's just all the three bulls, I think, have a lot of things to offer in a breeding program. We kind of just stand back, and what I'm going to say today, just the way they kind of move and kind of hold themselves together, I like this, the general design, the hip and the hind leg of the bull that stands here in the middle that the young lady here is presenting to us. So we're going to end up using him as our reserve champion here in our Chianina Bulls.
All right, they're going to take a break for some photos here. Here are your results. Your champion key was exhibited by KQM, lot number 4. Your reserve was KQM, lot number 3. We'll be back in the North Ring in a little bit with the AOB show. Here's your results as we wrapped up the Angus show coming out of the South Ring. Congratulations to Schulte Angus out of Class 9 will be your champion Angus, and your reserve champion is Vision Angus, Class 5. When we come back out of the South Ring, we'll have a Red Angus show.
If we can get all the FFA students to head on down to the extension building, we've got pizza over there for you and a great program. So FFA youth, make your way over to the extension building. Well, Susan, it's beautiful outside, and I tell you what a great day to come to the Classic. Lots of cattle to see, lots of cattlemen to visit with, a lot of commercial exhibitors, as well as Cactus Jack's is going to have a great lunch over there.
They always have great food. I had breakfast there this morning. So if you are here tomorrow when you come for the sale, just come and go over and get a burrito. It was really good.
And again, want to remind you when you're waiting kind of in between the classes and stuff, make sure you step outside here, look at the commercial heifer pins that are going to sell tomorrow, as well as there's a set of bulls out there, Susan. We've got 6 breeders that have brought pins of 3 bulls. Those bulls aren't going to be shown, but we're going to sell them on Thursday.
And that's something new that you guys have done, and it's a great opportunity to see them kind of in their semi-natural environment. They're not all prettied up, ready to go in the show ring. It's what you see is what you get.
It is, and it's a way to accommodate the cattleman that he doesn't maybe have time to get them ready to come to the show ring, but they're great bulls, and we have all of the data on those bulls. So if you're a guy that data is important to you in your program, make sure you go out, visit with those pin bull exhibitors.
All right, we're ready to start our AOB show here on the north side. Entering the ring now, Class 1 will have 3 entries, February 26th to April 21st. Your selection in this class will also be your champion AOB heifer. And we're going to head to the south side as well, starting with our Red Angus show. There'll be a single entry in class number 1. She will also be the selection of your champion Red Angus female. Born July 23rd of 23.
We start a Red Angus show, single entry, just have the one Red Angus female, but this is kind of fun. This is a little July heifer that, you know, we talk about opportunities and what these cattle can do for us and realize, you know, we're probably a little ways away on her, getting her into production, but there's so much that we can do with her between now and then. And we can start this weekend and get a junior involved and get in a scholarship program and get an opportunity to show a junior heifer and kind of get going in that. You know, and I'll be real honest, just from a personal standpoint, this is kind of a new venture at our place. My wife's kind of ventured off, bought some Red Angus embryos. We kind of started with a few Red Angus heifers, and we're kind of starting to work our way into this as an option from the standpoint of we have 4 grandkids, and they all like to show, and we know that we can't put them all in the ring at the same place. So we started looking for where's another direction? What can we do? What other breed can we use that'll kind of blend in? And Red Angus cattle have got so many advantages, and there's a lot of things they can do for us. And, you know, just from good cattle standpoint, I think this is an opportunity to look at good females. This little heifer calf, she's a July, and she's young, but, man, she's cool-necked. She's got some rib shape. She's green, which is what you would want at this stage of the game. I think from a female that's this young, I think you got to look down the road, and this is a great one to look into. There's a lot of future in this heifer. Be a lot of fun for an opportunity to go down the road and show one a little bit. So great place to start. Congratulations on a nice little female to win our Red Angus show. And I sure would tell you that if you're kind of looking for a place to put a junior and get involved in a scholarship program and a place to start, this might be a good one. So congratulations on a nice red female.
All right, in our AOB show, we've got, again, some differences in breed type and kind, and all 3, I think, represent their breed very well. And this first heifer here is the youngest, still very lean, very athletic. I really like the skeleton of that heifer. She really looks her best as she travels, especially the design of her hind leg and her foot, the way she sets it to the ground. We get her stopped and propped up. She's a very proud heifer. She gets her neck up out of her shoulder very nice, a good rib cage. Again, you consider how green she is. She's still shaped really good in the center part of her body and does have some hip in her when you get in behind her. The heifer that's just a little bit older here, that's second here in the lineup, again, just a real nice brood cow would be the best way to describe her. I like her body length, incredible in her heart and forerib and how she maintains that kind of depth back into her flank. She's got some dimension when you get in behind her. Again, just real easy fleshing, easy keeping kind of a female, I think, that probably has as much value down the road as a cow as she would ever as a show heifer. So, and then we end here with a speckle that's just really pretty attractive. Really nice up into her neck. And again, she's a little smaller, but that's part of the breed type. They're not going to be just real big mature cattle. You kind of study her. She's adequate in her body and her muscle, but probably, again, up to the front third of her body, I think within that breed is where she very, very much excels. So, you know, I think all 3 heifers are very nice, just a little different in kind. I like the way that they stand right now. In fact, as far as orders, so your class winner, your champion will be the Baldy heifer up here on the top end. The black heifer here will be reserve, and of course, third. But again, congratulations to all of you, and thanks for representing our AOB division.
We'll get caught up here on the Red Angus side. Congratulations, your champion Red Angus female, exhibited by TLC Livestock Services. In the ring now will be your bulls. Make your selection from there. These bulls were born from March 21st of 22 up to April 2nd of 23. On the AOB from the North Ring in Class 1, congratulations, your champion AOB heifer, exhibited by Prime Genetics. Your reserve champion is RA Cattle Company, and third goes to Dustin Myers. We'll be bringing in the bulls here after photos are taken on the AOB side from the North Ring.
Our Red Angus show, 3 really good Red Bulls, I think, in the ring. There's some differences in kind, which, again, would talk about that, and I think that's an advantage. I think when you're mating cattle, you got different targets, different endpoints that you're trying to get to, and so I do think that, you know, there's a real advantage when we can look at variation of kind and type and kind of the way these cattle are built. Just describing them, what I see for them, and I don't have EPDs on them, so you have to go through and probably, you know, educate yourself a little bit on depending on what direction you want to go from the standpoint of, you know, I can tell you what phenotypically these look like from a Cavanese standpoint, the way they're built, cattle that look like they've sure got some good to them. Our first calf, the youngest calf, April, he's an April calf that sure looks like to me he's got a lot of advantage from the way he's built into that shoulder. He ties in neat in his front end structure. He's sure good in his top and good in his rib, good at the ground. This is just a pretty good calf. He's, you know, and I think from a performance standpoint, he's got a good weight for an April calf that's been through what we've all been through winter-wise, feeding these cattle. I think he's done well, and I think he looks like he's going to continue to do well just with that extra rib and dimension that he shows us. Bull that comes in that stands in the middle of the class. This is really a long-fronted, long-spined individual. Calf that sure looks like he'll add some performance from that standpoint. He's good nutted. He's a good individual, good in his underline. You know, just another good breeding piece, I think, that you can sure use and probably breed some heifers too and have some good cattle when you get done with them. Big age advantage bull stands on the end, and I like this dude. I like his hip. I like his testicle development. I like him at the ground. He is big, soggy made, and powerful individual. So, you know, and it'd be hard to not let this bull win. This is the individual that I think I'd be drawn to when you're going to buy bulls. First thing you're going to do is you're going to look for a good 2-year-old that's got some performance and got some dimension to him. And so we're going to use the big bull and let him be our champion Red Angus bull. Very deserving, a good place to start. We're going to follow in then with the April calf to be reserve in this Red Angus show. But these are 3 good individuals. I think when you get ready to sort through them, look at them on paper, you'll know a lot more than I do about them. But I can sure tell you that just phenotypically, we're looking at a good set of cattle. So congratulations. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. Make sure you go back and read the EPDs on these cattle. Check them out. Look at them because there is some things here that they can offer, I think, and do a good job. So congratulations on a good set of cattle. Good job, man. Nice bull.
And congratulations, your champion Red Angus bull, exhibited by Schaefer Cattle Company. Reserve champion Red Angus bull is TLC Livestock Services. That would be lot number 3. And lot number 2, one out of class number 3. We're going to take some quick photos and then be back on the south side with the Galvay Balancer Show. Do note that after the Galvay Balancer Show wraps up, we will be taking a 30-minute break on the south side. Just to remind folks on both sides of the ring, we're on a picture break at the moment. You know, sometimes it's hard to get those heifers and bulls to smile pretty for the camera. So as soon as that's done, we'll be back to start on the south side with our Galway Balancer show. And then on the north side, we'll be back with our AOB Bulls. And to let you know, following AOB Bulls on the north side, it will be the Simmental show after that.
Well, Susan, I had to go on a stroll outside, and I tell you what, it is beautiful out. Couldn't ask for better weather for cattlemen to come in and enjoy the Classic. And again, got a nice afternoon yet here at the Classic. Want to welcome you all here. Make sure you're stopping by, visiting with all of the sponsors, the vendors, but more importantly, go in the back of the barn and talk to the cattlemen.
You know, I was looking over what's yet to come, and of course, we're going to have that 30-minute break run at after the Simmentals on the north ring, and then after the Galway here on the south side. But looking at the fact that we have Herefords, we'll have Charolais, we'll have Shorthorns, and then the very important AYC show. These youth have worked extremely hard with their animals and have learned a lot over the last year.
It is. It's our Aspiring Young Cattleman program. And, you know, we talked about boys and girls today, and their schedules are hard. It's hard to get out of school, and really want to commend these boys and girls that get involved in this program. They have partnered with breeders. They got their heifers, about a year ago, and worked with the heifers. The youth have been responsible for learning about the breeders program, getting the heifers bred, and they will be showing them today as well as selling them tomorrow. So just one more opportunity of connecting that next generation with the cattlemen.
And welcome back to the north side. We're kicking it off with our AOB Bulls part of the show. This is class number 2. 3 in this class. March and April Bulls coming in, and the selection will also be your champion and your reserve.
You know, Susan, sometimes everybody's like, what is AOB? And basically, these bulls are all carrying a registration paper within their respective breed association. It's just a case of they might not fit within the rules of the other breed shows here. And so you have everything from a composite Charolais to percentage Simmentals. So again, very honored to have our all other breeds. And make sure you're studying the catalog, guys, because they are carrying registration papers. They just might not be as high a percentage to fit in the other divisions.
In our AOB division, again, like our heifers, I think the cattle are very nice. All three of them represent something good, and we can use in cow herds, regardless of where you're from. This first bull, the black bull here, again, very moderate, tremendous rib cage. As you kind of come out of his shoulder blade, you work in his spine, his extra depth of body. Again, it's not one of those kind where we had to feed all this middle into him. He's just naturally built that way. He's got good bone work underneath him. I like when this bull comes at you. He's really true up front, so his feet are nice in the way they're constructed. It's going to allow him to stay really, I think, very sound for a good long many years to come at any rate. And so got some muscle to him too. You know, sometimes we make him this deep and this smooth. We can't always just get the extra shape to him, but this bull's got a nice turn to his top and out into his hip. The white bull, the Charolais influenced bull, again, we get him stopped and propped up, really long fronted, set back into a nice shoulder. He's really impressive too when you get in behind him. He's got a big stout hip, wide to his pins, and good bone work underneath him. You know, as you think about him relative to the other two, there's no question he'll be the big mature bull. So if you're wanting to improve some weaning weight, whenever you cash your cattle in, you need something that's going to put some gas in the tank and some grow and some production to them. I think that bull can sure get her done, and yet still keep them really attractive and have some some soundness and some longevity to them. And then our bull here, the third one in line, the other black bull, again a little smoother than the other two. Everything blends together very nice. He's really good in his body depth. He's got adequate muscle to him. He's by no means light muscled. I think if you want to compare him, you'd say, yeah, he doesn't have as much as the other two. But if you just stick him out here by himself, you get in behind him, you'd say he's sure got enough muscle. And I think to have that kind of rib and body and yet still stay very smooth, the way he's built up in through his neck and shoulder, his smoothness of body, I think is really quite nice. So, all three of them I think have something to add to any cow herd. I probably, again, we have to rank them. I'm going to lean more towards our white bull that's circling here as for our champion just because of his exceptional body length. And then we'll come back with the black bull up on the front end for our reserve. Again, he's really good in his body cavity, yet very smooth the way he's constructed up into his front end. So white bull will be champion, and then our black bull just circle will end up being our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Prosperous Livestock. We will be first with the champion AOB Bull, second goes to Tuttle Cattle Company, and third to RA Cattle Company.
Well, as they're taking the champion Red Angus bull picture over there, Susan, it's only fitting we talk a little bit about the bullpens and want to welcome our new sponsors here this year, and we've been talking about the bullpen area. And again, want to recognize Nebraska Bull Service, Vogler Semen Center, and ST Genetics. I know Brady Jensen's here with that, Select Sires, John Herrick, and again, very excited to have lots of bull companies, bull studs here, and stop over and visit with them. I know Fred and Les Vogler are sitting in the Nebraska Bull Service tent. Stop over, talk to them about their business, talk about getting your bulls collected, even talk about testing these bulls. You know, some of the sales I've been to so far, they've been talking about the semen tests, and these guys are some expert in those areas. So stop by, visit with them, go outside, check out the bullpens.
You know, without those boys, there would be no industry.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talked about all that fog we've had, and we're all excited. You know, we've had a little more moisture than normal. And it looks like hopefully we're probably going to have a lot more rain, and pasture season's going to come fast. And that's only fitting. I know Abe is over there with Corteva, a lot of pasture products they can help you with. So lots of things here as you enjoy the day at the Classic. And again, join us tonight at 5 o'clock in the Ag Pavilion. We've got some great beef entrees coming to you from Joy's Table and Angus Burgers.
You know, Ron, it's important to, during these breaks while photos are being taken, for you to get a chance to spend some time with these folks. Maybe you've got some pasture questions as drought has affected them the last couple of years. And it looks like, are we ready to get started on the north side? Or the south side, excuse me.
Yep, we'll get our crew reorganized here. We'll holler back at the Gelve breeders, and we'll be getting our Gelve show underway here in the South Ring. Also want to mention and thank the Next Level Images team for being here at the Classic. If you're looking for the photos, they will be on Next Level Images. Megan Blankenship and her team do a great job. Very honored to have them a part of the Classic. So if you are looking for some of the photos, backdrop photos, go to Next Level Images. Well, welcome back over here on the south side of the show ring, and we're going to start our Gelve Balancer show. And, you know, as we get these Gelve females coming into the ring, really want to do a shout out to the Nebraska Gelve Association and all of the opportunities they have for youth. And we'll kind of wait till we have the final drive on our champion Gelve Balancer heifer to talk about the tremendous opportunities that are for the kids with the heifers. And remember all the classic scholarship opportunities taken by a heifer. Sign up to be showing that heifer on Saturday night, get her in a breed division, become a part of our scholarship program, do a record book and tours. So lots of opportunities as we're starting the Gelve Balancer heifer show.
And Ronette, this first one, Class 1, is a baby born the 27th of July.
Well, we get ready to start our Gelve and Balancer show on the south side, and what a really nice place to start. A July female, that young heifer calf that is in pretty good shape. She's getting going good. She weighs up good. You know, and this is the opportunity now. This is where we can start talking about, you know, scholarship opportunities, junior heifer opportunities, places to go with these young heifer calves, get some good out of them before we get them into production and things we need to do. And young lady's got a really nice one to start us with. We'll let her go ahead and just ease her on out of the ring. She's got her going. She's got her broke and got her started. Good female to start with. Big ribbed, high volume, maternal looking female. So we'll look forward to bringing her back.
And congratulations, Class 1, exhibited by September Farms over on the south side. Class number 2 is set to come in the ring. These will be May of 23. And on the north side, we'll be ready to start our Simmental Foundation female show here momentarily. All right, we are starting our Simmental show on the north side. These will be your foundation females. Class, for folks that might be following along, Class 1, 2, and 4 are combined together. There are a total of 3 heifers coming out. They are born from January 22nd of 23 to May 7th of 23.
on the south side, a couple of really nice May females. You know, and it's easy to, I think, stand out here and look at them, and you can see the different phenotype in these cattle, which, you know, they project out with some different endpoints, different kinds of cattle. You'll know more about them because you have a pedigree and EPDs in front of you than I do, but just talking about them, phenotypically, when we look at these two females, the bronze heifer, the red heifer up on the front end, really good topped, really nice hip, a female with a tremendous amount of length and performance. Just a lot of goodness. Heifer looks like she's got a great future. Obviously, you know, she's made a little different than the black heifer that stands behind her. The black heifer female, I really appreciate the extra bit of rib, the body that she brings, super attractive up in the front end. It's a nice pair of females. You know, they're made differently, which again, we talk about these differences in types of cattle and the advantages that we have when we have some variation of kind and can pick cattle and go different directions. You know, but I think when you talk about quality-wise, these are both a couple of high-quality young May heifer calves. Got a lot of future, got a lot of good for them. They're going to work right into the scholarship programs, into the junior heifer show programs. They're going to work then as we go down the road and make cows out of them. You know, for me, probably today, I'm going to lead off with the black heifer. I think she's a female that kind of fits into the kind of cattle I like. You know, from my standpoint, just a little bit of extra rib in her, a little more maternal in her body shape and the way she's put together, big hip. Realize, you know, we got a super nice female that comes next, the bronze heifer, that is just kind of extremely long-fronted, really good topped, extremely strong top, good from her hooks back into that hip area, carries down deep with some dimension. So really nice pair of these females. Congratulations on a real good set of May heifer calves.
And congratulations over on the south side, class number 2. First goes to September Farms, second goes to Tegan Butterfield. A single entry out of class 3, April 3rd of 23.
On our Foundation Simmental show, yeah, these are percentages. Again, 3 heifers that don't necessarily are alike. Obviously, there's a big difference in ages. We have 3 individual class winners here, and so from this, we'll end up picking our champion in reserve. So let's just real quickly kind of describe the 3. The red baldy here that's kind of making a circle in front of us. You know, obviously on paper here, she's the youngest heifer and just a really clean, nice necked heifer. She's got some muscle in her top. You can see that as she walks around the ring here. Big old strong hips set in behind her. I think, again, I've kind of made this comment a time or two. We take her back home in a natural environment, let her kind of fill her body back up and, you know, maybe soften her up a little bit. I'm sure she'll look a whole lot different than she does here, a trip to town. But really clean, very attractive, and, again, very muscular the way that she's built. The March heifer that stands in the middle here is different than the other 2. You like her or you don't, but the difference is that in terms of just bone and substance and what I think about a cow that we can kick out on some of these good old Nebraska stock fields and survive, I see that in her. She's really soft-made. Her rib cage is nice. I like the running gear, too, underneath her. I think she, as you watch these 3 cattle move, out here she's a little more comfortable, and I think maybe some of it's a little bit of the attitude of the other 2, but she's a little more relaxed out here in the ring, and it kind of helps keep her spine a bit more right. Now, she's not as long-necked and as pretty, but I think as we, as I breed these cattle and myself, we see these kind in production as we milk that front end out of them. We appreciate them quite a bit. So I think that one's, again, just a nice model brood cow. It's very stout in the way that she's built. And then we have the other black baldy heifer here, the January heifer that's a little more upstanding, and she should be because she's quite a bit older in age than the other 2, very long neck, very feminine. I think the one thing that as I was looking through the data, in terms of EPDs, this heifer's very, very unique, very strong. She's good on cavities. She's got a little more growth to her in relation to the birth weight that she has and the cavities. So again, her indexes end up better. So if you are a breeder where you have, again, a balance of phenotype and then, of course, take the genetics into account, then I think that makes her a good candidate in here as well. So again, I think the 3 heifers, all of them are very nice. They're each just a little bit different. The one that I'm going to select as your champion for the Supreme is actually the one that is the most different. That's the real broody one. She's going to be your Supreme Champion female. Congratulations to you. We need a reserve too? Yeah. Okay, and then for reserve, again, you can kind of, the other two are so much alike. I think the May heifer is just a bit more attractive up into her neck and her shoulder, and she complements that with a very nice muscular shape. And so our younger red heifer here will be our reserve female in our percentage show.
Well, over on the south side in the Gelve Balancer, really a nice April heifer calf in the ring. Young lady's done a really good job of standing her out here. You obviously are going to get an opportunity to buy a really well broke one that you can roll right into Saturday and or whenever the junior show is and show this heifer, and you're going to be really competitive, not just from the fact that she's broke really well, but this is a good female. This is a big top, big hip, big boned, very attractive maid, really feminine in her type and really good in her rib and her body shape. So this is just a pretty good individual, very deserving of being out here. We'll look forward to putting her back in the lineup at the end, but this is a good one. Young lady's doing a really nice job with her. Congratulations on a nice April heifer calf.
Congratulations on the south side out of Class 3, J.J. Bueller. Class 4 will have 2 entries in it in the heifers of the Gelve, born February 28th and March 3rd. As photos are being taken right now on the north side, of course, we're into the Simmental show. Your Champion Foundation Simmental female, exhibited by Tuttle Cattle Company. Your reserve champion, exhibited by KP Cattle. Do note that 30-minute break will take place after the last show is done. So whatever class finishes up last in the ring, whether it's north side or south side, that's when we will take our 30-minute lunch break. We're continuing now with our Gelve Balancer. Again, this is Class 4 in the ring.
Another really nice pair of these females in the ring. And just to kind of clue you in, the heifer that's standing on the front, she was in the paperwork as a February 28th. Actually, she's a March 28th, so she got moved into the class with the Marches. But it's a nice pair of females. There's a lot of good in both these heifers. They're a little different in the way they're put together. I think it's as you stand back and kind of look at them, you can see them kind of from chest floor forward. There's some differences in type. Center section of the body, though, they're both really maternal, big ribbed, kind of high volume females. And I think when you stand behind them and look down their tops and watch them track away from you, I think they're females that you sure have to appreciate the dimension that they show. And that, you know, again, we start talking about heifers that are ready to go and roll into a kind of a junior program and have some fun and have some opportunities to, with some showmanship heifers and some cattle that are going to do well. This is a real nice pair of heifers. There's a few things that are going to kind of break them apart, I think, when you start talking about some differences. But, boy, from a quality standpoint, this is a couple of really good ones. And as breeders, I'm sure as you look at the pedigrees and the EPDs and the paperwork, you know, you'll find some differences and some things that you'd sure like to, you know, latch onto and buy into these cattle, because these are really good females to put, I would think, put into your cow herd. For me today, we're going to use the young man's heifer that stands on the back here. She's going to win this class. We're going to start with her, follow with the young man's heifer that's standing on the front end, but realize, you know, this is a good pair of heifers. There's not a lot of differences, not a lot of things we can talk about, but we're going to use this heifer to win with. We're going to end this class, and then we're going to follow in with this other heifer behind. So good pair of females. Give them a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations on a good pair of females.
And congratulations coming out of Class 4. First, we'll go to Riddle and Company Cattle, and second is to Steinkruger Farms, LLC. single entry will be coming in out of Class 5 as she enters the ring. This will be a February 25th of 23.
Pretty good February heifer calf in this class. Really like this female on the move. I like the way she kind of reaches in and covers her steps when you stand behind her and watch her track. She's really got some width at her hock and down to the ground, and just a female that really wants to carry herself well around the ring, which I think projects into kind of a long-term type female. If we want to talk about one that we can show down the road, you let this heifer kind of mature and go down the road, she's still going to be sound structurally and still going to be really functional. So, you know, this is just a female I think is going to, we'll look forward to putting her back in the lineup with some of these other heifers out here, because I think she's sure more than adequate in all areas. She's sure got enough rib shape and enough depth of body to her. She's sure got enough width of top, still attractive made. So she's a good female. We'll look forward to having her come back into our championship drive. Congratulations on another good one. Give them a nice hand for bringing this heifer out.
Congratulations out of Class 5, Ritalin Company cattle. Our final class of heifers in our Galway Balancer show will be class number 6, born December 22nd at 22. After this class, your selection of your champion and reserve Galway Balancer female.
Another really nice single entry. It's kind of an interesting age too. You know, you talk about showing junior heifers and kind of what can you do. Sometimes it's nice to have an odd aged one, and I think a December is kind of one of those kind of different aged ones that put you in a little different division, but still old enough and mature enough to do some damage as you get to the end of a show. But this is a good individual. I really love that rib shape. She's really maternal in her kind. She's got as much power and dimension as we've seen come through here, and I think the way she blends in up into her front end and pulls that kind of mass together and very attractive, tying into that shoulder up into her front end structure. Just a good individual, just a good female down at the ground too. So we'll look forward to putting all these heifers back in the ring. It's going to be a nice lineup. Congratulations on another really nice female. Give them a nice hand for bringing her out. We'll look forward to putting all these heifers back.
And congratulations, Class 6, exhibited by September Farms. Again, like he said, we're going to bring them all back in, make your selection of your champion Galway Balancer female.
Well, we really want to take our hat off and salute the Galway breeders here in Nebraska, because I tell you what, guys, they've done something pretty unique. We've been putting together a pot of money here for the last, 4 or 5 years, and basically there's a pot of money now that is up to $10,000, guys. And what that $10,000 is for is take and buy one of these heifers here at the Classic Galway Balancer Show. Take and show her at the Galway Balancer Junior National this summer. If you win a division, you win the $10,000. Every year it's just keep growing and growing, and the pot now is up to $10,000. So you've got a variety of ages, you've got a variety of types, and so kind of think about that Junior National this summer. Think about the opportunity, and if you're a gambler, there's an opportunity to win $10,000 back if you buy a heifer, take her to the Junior National, and win a division. No pressure or anything, Chris, out there, but there's a lot of opportunities in this breed. And I'm going to ask you guys, the Galvay numbers weren't very large, but let's put our hands together for these breeders because they brought a nice set of heifers for kids to pick from.
You are right from the standpoint. This is a tremendous lineup, and it's kind of interesting. I'll just give you a little personal moment here, and I have called and turned down that opportunity because of timing, but I was asked to judge the balancers at Junior National. So we could have got a really good deal going here if I'd have just known all this, and if I hadn't already turned that opportunity down and not being able to do it, probably could have had something working out here if we'd have been able to figure this out. But that's pretty impressive. I'll give them credit to put that kind of money together for an opportunity to buy a junior heifer and then have an opportunity to go win that division or be in the hunt is something pretty unique. And the cattle show it. I think this lineup of females shows us that the Galvay balancer breeders are serious about where they've put their money, because this is, and we've had good cattle all day long. I'm not saying we haven't had, but this might be as strong of lineup of prospects as we've had come through the ring. From our youngest July to our oldest December and to the seconds that stand out here, you can find a lot of places to go, and you can find cattle that will do a lot of winning, I think, and an opportunity to show a lot of cattle. So it's been really fun to look through them. I think there's a handful of these heifers that could stand in the ring here come at the junior show and win some scholarship money and then move on down the road and win some big money at a junior national or at a jackpot somewhere. So it's been a lot of fun sorting through them. We could kind of talk through these individuals and kind of what we've looked at, and so I'll show you a pair of them that I think sure got a lot of future. But congratulations. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. They brought you a pretty good lineup of females. It's a good set of heifers. Congratulations. We'll pick some champions.
Okay, perfect.
Yep, they're going to do their bowls and then take their picture.
All right, congratulations. Your champion Galvay Balancer female exhibited by September Farms coming out of Class 6. Your reserve champion is J.J. Bueller, Class 3. And Ronette, I just heard they're going to go right into the bulls for these guys and then get them all lined up for photos after the case. So we're going to go into Lot 7. There will be 2 bulls coming in Lot 7, both born during the month of March. And as you can see on the north side, we are underway, and I think he's ready to announce.
So we start our purebred Simmental show, a pair of April heifers that, again, are nice in their own way. They're different from one another. This Baldy heifer, as I think about her on down the road, the one thing that I continue to see in her is she's just always going to have the extra bone and muscle and substance to her. You're going to be pretty stout and going to put it in a package that's just not real big, So when we can get weight and not have to have so much frame to go along with it, that's a pretty cool deal. So again, I see that in her, and of course, got that big shiny white head, alert ears. She's very attractive up in through the front end of her body. The solid black heifer, beautiful in design, just so female in the way that she is constructed in her neck and her shoulder. Got a nice underline to her. Length of body's really good. She looks the part as we put her on the lead in terms of having some length of stride. And again, just visually, it's pretty tough to pick a hole in that one right there. And then I think as you look at the data, her indexes aren't quite as high, and she gets dinged a little bit on marbling. But boy, I tell you, her spread from birth or calving age to growth is really good. I guess I kind of look at the numbers. We're making breeding decisions back home, but I'm way more interested in trying to make the cattle good, and I think that heifer there is extremely good. So in this first class, she's going to end up being first, and then our Baldy heifer will be second. So thank you both for bringing them in, and get a nice pair to get us started.
And congratulations as we start that Simmental Purebred Female Show in Class 5. First we'll go to LZ Farms, and second is to Andrew and Caroline Bowman. Class 6 is set to enter the ring. There will be 3 exhibitors in Class 6. They are March babies, and by the way, after this class, we'll make the selection of your champion purebred Simmental female.
We'll do a shout out to the Nebraska Simmental Association. I know Diane Duran's down there near the ring. And keep in mind all of the opportunities the Simmental Association has for the juniors. The junior show is at the Junior Beef Expo. That's always the first weekend in June. So keep in mind all of the opportunities with the Classic on these Simmental heifers, as well as with the Nebraska Simmental Association. They do have a booth in the Ag Pavilion. I know Diane has a lot of the Simmental Association information on the booth. So while you're walking around enjoying the day at the Classic, stop by those Breed Association tables in the Ag Pavilion. That will be where the Buyers Cattlemen Social is tonight at 5 o'clock. We're going to serve up some great beef appetizers, a beef supper. So come join us, have some fun with us tonight. That all starts at 5 o'clock.
And what a great opportunity, Ronette, to be able to have more one-on-one conversations with those sellers. As you as a buyer, maybe you've got some intriguing questions that you need to know before they hit the sale ring.
Absolutely, and it's a beautiful day. You know, when the shows are over, go back in the stalls, visit with these consigners, talk to them about whether it's a heifer or bull you're looking at, learn about their program, and see if it fits your buying needs tomorrow.
Entering the ring here on the north side now is Class 6. Again, Class 6 are born during the month of March of 23.
Okay, if you have a program, they're not in the order that they are in your program, so we'll try to keep you in line here. Actually, this first heifer, she's lot 19, so she's actually third on my list in the program, and just a really nice heifer. Again, extremely long-bodied, alert, beautiful neck. I think, again, when I think about one down the road and with the chest, her bone work underneath, she's got a real stout look to her in that regard. Good spread to her top, big old strong hip, a beautiful hind leg set up underneath that one. And as we go ahead and we get her bred a little further along in her body cavity, I think that thing is going to be awfully, awfully nice. So, to have that kind of look and presence and muscle and be as stout as she is underneath in terms of bone and handle as good as she does in her running gear, I think is pretty nice. Just a few comments on the data. Again, I think we need to look at it. As a breeder, I do. And this one here is really strong in calving ease. In fact, from her calving ease to her yearling weight, she gives you a nice spread. There's a couple other numbers here that I think really good. Again, pretty solid on her indexes, but I always think it's probably most important to get as much growth as we can with how much birth weight and calving ease we can tolerate, and she does that very nice. So again, just a beautifully designed heifer, really long, really good in her underpinning, certainly has some bone and has some muscle. The 30X heifer actually is the first one on my program out here. And again, I just think about her as a cow, and I think we're going to like her a lot. She's got good bone work underneath her. She's got some body to her, adequate in terms of muscle. And again, she's probably just got a little more attitude out here, and in getting her shown, she fights the lead. But just looking at her standing there, you can see the angles in her joint and her skeleton and how everything reads the way it needs to read in terms of being sound enough with some longevity. So again, I think she's really good in that regard. I don't know that... Again, the data-wise, I think there's some things that you like. She's got some yearling weight to her. She is, in terms of her index or API in particular, she comes up a little stronger than a tag 19 heifer, and she's getting a pretty good bump here because of the marbling that she has. And then our lot 21 heifer is the third one here in the lineup, or the far one to our left. Again, really nice and attractive up there front. And she kind of looks like the first heifer up front in terms of refinement to her neck. Her length of body is good. She's got some weight to her. She weighed in at 900 pounds here. So again, she's got just a nickel more frame according to her frame score. The one thing that I do see on this one here, she kind of reels back on birth weight just a little bit, which is good. And certainly ends up being the strongest in terms of the index, especially the all-purpose index. So very nice female that I think has a lot of refinement to her and certainly has some smoothness. I do like the heifer here on my right to win this class, and she'll be the class winner here. And then I think, again, kind of depending on what you think is most important, but I really like the extra bone, the design of the hind leg that I see here in this middle heifer, contrary to being just a little tougher to get presented out here. I think her skeleton looks really nice and something that intrigues me a little bit more. So the 30X heifer, that lot will be our second in this particular class.
On the south side in the Gelby Balancer Bull Show, really a nice pair of these calves to start with. A couple of March individuals. Both bulls weigh really well. Both of them have a lot of performance. There's a little difference, I think, in the way they're built. I think it's kind of stand back and look at them, and you have an advantage as breeders on seeing the pedigrees, seeing the EPDs, seeing what these cattle provide to you on paper. Just all I'm doing is looking at what stands out here phenotypically, and I see a pair of really good individuals that are made a little different, made maybe to have some different endpoints, going to produce cattle a little differently, but I think from a quality standpoint, they're just a really super good pair of bulls. We talk about them and talk about the bull that stands on the front end up here, calf that's really got some extra performance and dimension to him. He's got plenty of big rib and bold in his shape and kind of that spring of rib and dimension that he brings, and you stand behind him and look at his hip, and he's extremely wide pinned and then kind of blends in pretty neat up into his front end. So just a good individual. I really like this calf that stands right behind him. He's different in his kind, a little more unique in the way he's built, really jet-necked, wants to come up out of that shoulder. He's a little softer made probably. He's probably not quite as growthy of individual as what we have standing on the front end. But I think from the standpoint of just a calf that's kind of unique in the way he's put together, I think sure have to appreciate him. He shows us some length of top and sure has some dimension to him when you stand behind him. So it's a good pair of bulls. I mean, I think as breeders, I'm not sure that either one of them is probably, there's a lot of places you could go as breeders depending on what your end point is and kind of the kind of cattle that you want to reach for. For me today, we're going to lead them out the way they came in. We're going to start with the heavier made individual that stands at the front of the class and follow in with really a unique made calf that's going to come second. But good pair of these bulls. I think as breeders, you need to check the pedigrees, check the EPDs, talk to these guys that raised them, and they can tell you a lot more about them. But that's a good pair of bulls, and just like our balancer females, we've sure had some good individuals come through the ring.
Here's your results out of Class 6 on the north side as they making the selection of your champion purebred Simmental female. First went to Prime Genetics, second to YR Simmentals, and third to RA Cattle Company. Over on the south side, as we are in the bulls for the Galway Balancers, in class number 7, first went to September Farms and second went to Riddle and Company Cattle. There's a single entry that'll be coming in for class 8 on the south side, born the 11th of February.
Well, this is one more really good individual. This February calf, and again, like I said, as breeders, you're going to know more by looking at pedigree and EPDs, but just looking at this calf, looks like something you could breed heifers to, the way he carries in and the way he blends from his shoulder up into his front end, the way he's made. This is a good individual. This is a good calf at the ground. He's got plenty of dimension to him. He's got plenty of substance and just a good calf. I like the way this calf's put together. I think he comes to us, he's green, he's in good rig, he's ready to go out and breed cattle and do a lot of things right. He's good in his testicle development, just a good individual that, again, I think you can talk about a lot of future in these young bulls, and this is a good place to start. So we'll look forward to putting him back in the lineup. This is a good calf, very deserving of being out here. Give these breeders a nice hand for bringing this individual out. This is a good bull.
All right, in our purebred semi-heifer show, again, these two class winners, I think, are very, very nice, and obviously you can tell from the outside they're not necessarily alike, but I think where they're strong, they're both very strong in different categories. So the younger April heifer up here on the top end, again, I think where she's really good is in the middle third of her body, her heart, her flank, just the sweep that she has to her rib cage, you can see that. And that's always going to be, I think, an advantage to her. I think the other thing that I would say, even though she's not as slick-necked, I still see a lot of refinement in her. The shape of her neck, she's very clean in her bone. She gives me just a very smooth, refined look as we stand her out here in the ring. The March heifer that just won that last class is kind of the opposite of all that. I think where she's really exceptional is at the ground. She's got a lot of bone, and yet it's not coarse. I love that heifer on the move, the design of her hind leg, the way she handles her hock, whether you look at her from the side or from behind, I think is extremely good. Her body length is good. Her shape down her top and her hip is really good. And yet, she too, we can maybe coin as being very, very refined because she's really nice in her throat, the length of neck, and the way it comes out of her shoulder. So, you know what? I would say if you could put these two together right now, you'd probably have a Simmental heifer that wouldn't get beat very often no matter what show you go to, because I think they both have really good strengths to them. So, again, I'm always one that I think that the importance, especially this breed, because I've tried to breed semis for the last 40-some years, it's hard to make them, really, really sound and flexible, and that's, to me, kind of the difference out here. You put them on the move, and part of it might be just this heifer here in the middle is a little more ring-ready. She doesn't fight the halter quite as bad, but I like the length of step off her hind leg, the way she handles her hock and her cushion at the ground. So she's going to wind up being our champion here in the purebred show, and then we'll come back here with our April heifer being our reserve. A nice pair here to represent your breed for your sale tomorrow.
This is a nice lineup on our balancer side, and like it was in the females, we talk about just the amount of quality that's in the ring. These are just three really good individuals, and there's the differences again in these cattle that are easy to see just standing out here. The differences I'm sure that you'll find when you look at them on paper and from the pedigree and kind of the performance and EPDs that these cattle bring. But this is a good set of cattle, and I'm not sure that you couldn't make a case for any one of these three bulls to win them and kind of be a place to start. For me today, though, the March calf that won the first class, he's going to be our champion. I think he combines a lot of good things. I think it gets pretty tight then when we start talking about where do we go for reserve. Two different kinds. I think when we look at these individuals, I think you've got a lot of mass and dimension in this second calf out of the March class. You got a younger, kind of a younger calf in that first class that's got a tremendous amount of width and dimension to him. Got a really good February stance back here that's, I think, maybe just got a tremendous future ahead of him as we go down the road. Today, we'll go ahead and follow in with the second place March out of there for a reserve. Congratulations to these guys. Good set of cattle all the way through. Give them a nice hand and look forward to, I hope you get a chance to go back and visit with them about their individuals and look at these bulls when you get ready to sell them. So good set of cattle. Congratulations.
On the north side, congratulations. Your champion purebred Simmental female exhibited by Prime Genetics. Your reserve champion purebred is exhibited by LZ Farms. We'll be back here in just a moment with the bulls on this side. Over on what we're seeing on the south side of the ring, we've got congratulations, your champion Gelve Balancer bull exhibited by September Farms, and your reserve champion Gelve Balancer bull is Riddle & Co. Cattle. It's break time now on the south side. We'll be coming back after break where we'll be having the Hereford show. In the meantime, you can put your attention to the north side where we'll be finishing up with our Simmental bulls. After the Simmental bull show wraps up, then we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break for our judges and the staff that are working the ring. But we'll let you know what our comeback time is once the Simmentals wrap up. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting here on the Simmental Foundation bulls here just momentarily. Photos are done with those heifers, and we'll be starting here momentarily with class number 7. All right, welcome back. It is class number 7 entering the ring. There'll be 3 head in class 7. They are all born during the month of March, the 1st, the 7th, and then the 24th.
Well, all 3 of these bulls are, again, very nice. I think that's been kind of the theme of the day, even though we have differences in all the breeds, but every class, I think there's sure something in here for everybody, and just kind of depending on what you're really needing. So again, let's go through real quick and we'll describe them. They're all pretty similar in age as what we have here on the paper, and there's obviously some differences in weight. I guess I would have missed this one a little bit. I didn't think he was maybe quite as light as what the weight was when we picked up on it. So, but I can tell you too, I can miss a chicken by 10 pounds. But this guy looks dense, and I think part of it is he's so big boned and he's got a really nice soft hair coat to him. He's got some rib cage in him, and so again, he sure gives you that look like he ought to weigh up pretty good. He doesn't have, for as far as weight per day of age, maybe not keep up with the other two quads as well, but I still think he's very good. I think take him home and fill him up, and you'll be surprised what he weighs. So again, his real strength is being really stout, rugged, heavy duty in bone. He's got some body. Again, quite a bit of hair on him, which there's some parts of the world, as we went through the last January, that felt like we didn't have enough hair on any livestock to get through it. So, again, good calf right here. The second bull is, you know what, and everything fits together with him. He reads calving ease in terms of his data, and he looks calving ease. He's got a beautiful head and neck and shoulder in that regard, and yet, again, you look at the data, he's really good on his calving ease and birth weight EPD. His indexes end up being really high as well. Really long, got some muscle in him for being that good looking. Again, some of you, for me, I look at him as a bull to turn out, and I never worry about him because he's got good reach to his stride. He's flexible in his joints. Some of you like him a little straighter legged, and that's fine, but I think my experience is those that have a little extra set to their hind leg, as long as it's not too much, they're going to stay very sound. So he's a nice, I think, balance of a really good-looking, attractive bull. He looks calving ease, and according to the genetics that we have here on paper, it looks like he's also kind of bred that way as well. And then you have on the other side of that coin the big rugged rascal here, super big-bodied, heavy-muscled. He has, quite an advantage here in weight, 100 and some pounds over the other two bulls, and I think as a result, you look at his data, it kind of complements that. He's got the extra performance to go along with it. So again, he's got a little more bloom, a little more conditioning on him, and that's maybe part of the weight advantage that he has, but I think you melt him down, you still find one that's really pretty heavy duty and really pretty rugged in the way that he's constructed. So again, kind of like we did on the heifers, I still think for me it's really kind of a structure deal, and probably more so on the bulls, and kick him out, and that's where I like the bull in the middle. I think he's got a nice functional skeleton to him. He's good looking, and also in this case here, he's got a really nice EPD profile to balance out with it. So he's going to end up being our champion here. Oh, no, I guess we got another class, don't we? So he's going to end up being first, and then I'm going to go back and pick up our high growth bull here for second, the kind of the motley face, the Brocco face bull. He'll end up being second, and then the other really heavy bone bull here will end up being third.
And congratulations out of Class 7. First we'll go to JB Livestock, second to O'Brien Scimitals, and third to Madeline Sonnenfeld. Class number 8 is coming in. It'll be a single entry born January 12th of 22. After this, you're selecting your Champion Foundation Scimital Bull.
We'll get him some buddies here in a minute. This age bull, again, really nice. And kind of going back to the calf that just won the last class. Again, I know we all kind of maybe like a little different hind leg set, and this one's a lot like the last one. He's got a little extra set to it, but he's still good and flexible. He doesn't have too much where I worry about a foot problem with him down the road. For an age bull, again, got a nice pattern to him. He's tremendous in his body length. He's very smooth. He's got some muscle in him, and I think, again, in the right kind of rig to get out and turn out and breed a bunch of cows and get along in pretty good shape. Scrotal measurement's good, and I think of the bulls we've looked at so far, if I remember right, this guy also probably has as much yearling weight to offer a breeding program. So nice age bull here to win this class, and we'll get him some buddies, and I bet he'll act a lot better here in a second.
And congratulations to Deathlef's Angus Ranch out of class number 8. Bringing those bulls back in to make your selection of your Champion Foundation Simmental Bull.
Well, once again, I think this has again, a nice balance of some phenotype and genetics in the case of both of these bulls. All 4 of the bulls we've looked at, I thought have some value to them in our program. We just talked about the calf that won the second class before this last one here. And Cavanese package, he visually looks that way. The genetics kind of tell you how to be that way. So, I think it all kind of fits together out here. And a very clean bull, very fresh. We said him and the big bull have a very similar hind leg, and I don't think it's a bit of a problem for me, and that they can get out and kind of reach your step. The big bull, really good in his length, his body depth. I like the way this bull, even though he's got his tail head set up a little high, his length and the way he sets his pin bones up, especially as he travels, is really good. And the extra bone work can go along with it. And to have that kind of mass and rib, he still remains very smooth and very collected, I think, in his upper skeleton as he travels out here. So we've kind of had, again, the same situation. A lot of breeds, when you have a good big 2-year-old like this in front of you that I think has quality, I think it makes sense to use him as our champion. So the big bull will end up being our champion, and then we'll come back and use the calf here for a reserve. So congratulations. And again, I think as buyers, you got an opportunity to kind of get into some really nice bulls here in our percentage show.
Congratulations, your Champion Foundation Simmental Bull, exhibited by Deathlef's Angus, and your reserve champion is JB Livestock. They're going to go take some quick photos, and then we'll be back to finish up with our Simmental Bull show. And after that, we will take a 30-minute break and be back after the lunch break to kick it all off with the Charlet on the North Ring. Great minds think alike, Ronette. Both of us picked up the microphone at the same time. I want to talk again a little bit more. We talked earlier about your Aspiring Young Cattleman program, but I want to talk a little bit more about, some of these kids are no longer kids. They're more into the cattle industry than they were before. They went through maybe your first or second class, and now you're seeing them come back here as exhibitors and the opportunity to show and share their knowledge with future generations.
They are. They're young cattlemen. They're developing their own herds. They're starting their own programs, starting their own sales in a great way. You know, the Classic is all about an advertising and a promotional venue. So whether you're the cattle consigners that are here, they're here to promote their programs at home. Whether you're a sponsor that's here ringside, they're here. They want to share the knowledge. They want to share information about the products and tools they have. And don't forget the equipment. You know, we recognize all the time that Landmark is here. Want to thank them for their sponsorship. A lot of things outside. If you're looking for panels, make sure you're talking to those guys. And, you know, it kind of comes back to building the relationships.
And what a better way to advertise as well. Maybe you're looking for a baseball cap or a jacket, for example. There's many opportunities for you to share the information of your operation.
There is. And, you know, we're going to have a little fun this evening. Again, that event's at 5 o'clock in the Ag Pavilion here. And, you know, this afternoon, you talk about got a few shows yet, and that Aspiring Young Cattleman show. And, you know, we're very excited to work with boys and girls. And the number one challenge is anymore finding their time. You know, time is everybody's enemy, whether you're the guy at home doing chores or you're the kid that's got to compete with the sports, the activities, and being in school.
And real quick, while we wait as those photos continue to be taken, let's talk a little bit more as well about the bull buyers event that you have coming up tomorrow at the end of the sale, that Penna Bull Sale. Now, these are bulls that, again, that they're not going to see come in the show ring, but they're out there. They can look at them. All their information is hanging on the fence, and some really sharp-looking bulls out there.
It is, and again, we really want to commend Nebraska Bull Service and Vogler Semen Center and the bullpen. And those bulls that are outside, guys, make sure and go out there, take a look. You will buy them by choice. We're just not showing those bulls on halter, but you will have the opportunity to buy choice one or twice or even 3 times in those pens. So lots of opportunities here at the Classic yet. Make sure you're checking it out.
Looks like they're going to jump into class number 9 entering the ring as we start the Simmental Purebred Bull Show. These are all born in the month of March, the 2nd, the 5th, and the 24th.
Purebred Show gets us off to a good start. This first black bull, again, stopped out here and put together. He's just really nice. He's nice in his lines, his shoulder laid back into his spine very good. He stays level in his hip. Like his rib cage, he's got some muscle to him. Again, his weight is good. You know, he's a late March, and so you kind of figure him in another 30 days, he'll just up to 13-something for a yearling weight pretty handily. So there's plenty of performance bred into him. And yet, with all the muscle and body that he has, he doesn't get too round and coarse in his bones. So I don't worry about, he's got just a nickel more birth weight in his pedigree, but the way he's constructed and as smooth as he is, the way his bone is shaped, I don't worry too much about him on down the road, me personally. So this Red Bull's another one that I think is very unique, and again, he's got a lot of substance to him, tremendous in length. He's very athletic in the way that he travels. His data looks really nice. Again, one of those that's really good in terms of his indexes, especially his API. Gets a little extra edge in terms of marbling, if I remember right, which really kind of helps him out here. And I like him visually, too. I think he's, for having the stoutness that he has, his length is good. He blends in very nicely up front in his neck. neck and his shoulder for having the kind of body and muscle and bone that he has. So very nice entry here in the Red Bull. The Baldy Bull then that stands third here in our lineup. Again, he's a little greener conditioning, but gosh, he's got the framework. Again, one of those that probably hasn't had quite the TLC to him, so kind of project him as a 2-year-old, and I think that's where he becomes a pretty good creature. His extra length of body is stretched to him, and yet still very smooth the way that he's constructed up about through his neck and his shoulder. So again, nice set of bulls. The Red Bull I like very well. He's going to be our first place winner. The bull up front will be our second place, and then our Blaze Face Bull Hill will be our third place winner.
And congratulations out of Class 9. First will go to Moody Farms, second as well to Moody Farms, and third to RA Cattle Company. All right, we've got them lined up. We'll get these 3 bulls out, and we'll bring in class number 10. Class number 10 born February 10th and then February 16th. In the ring now is class number 10. Again, these are born in February 10th and 16th.
These two yearling bulls, again, are very nice. I think the one thing, they're very similar in data. Both of them, I think, are excellent in terms of some cavities and adequate in growth. Their indexes end up pretty close. This first bull's got just a notch higher API because of his marbling advantage that he has, but both of them, I think, are very similar in terms of their terminal index. I think visually, they, again, can be a lot alike. They're cattle that have some stuff to them. They've got some muscle. They've got some shape. The first bull here, you know, the way he holds up right in behind his shoulders, very nice. He's level. He's got quite a bit of rib cage to him. Again, he's got some muscle in him. And, you know, that bull weighs up pretty good. He's almost 1,400 pounds. He's 13, upper 13. You think that's a pretty good-sized creature, and he is. And then we look at this other bull here right behind him, another February bull that's weighing at 15. And, again, 1,500, and the reason he can weigh that is just because of his incredible body length, and it weighs up in a hurry. He, like the bull ahead of him, big old rib cage. His hip is big and stout all the way to the ground. I like his length of step, too. He's a little more comfortable, I think, in the way that he's handling his hind leg out here, maybe as compared to this first one. But both bulls, I think, are very nice. We're going to end up using the bigger, heavier bull here, the longer body bull. He will be first, and then our bull here that the young lady shows that just made the circle end up in second.
Congratulations to Moody Farms out of Class 10, and second will go to O'Brien Scimitals. We have a single class left. Will be class number 11. After that, the selection will be made of your champion purebred Scimital bull. In class 11, as I mentioned, he is born March 2nd of 22.
In this one, probably bright lights hasn't been exactly his forte out here, I would say. But this is a good bull. Again, just in his working clothes. You know, he's not had a lot of TLC to the hair coat and his hide. Not the real fat and bloomy, but boy, he's ready to turn out, cover some cows. And again, I think some things that I see in this bull in terms of his data, as good as Scimitals we've had, male and female in the ring so far. He's got nice indexes, especially on the terminal side. He's, again, a Cavanese bull, and he looks it, his neck and his shoulder, the way it's all fit in together there. Athletic looking because he's lean. Again, we've already had two bulls so far that won their class, and in terms of weight per day of age is really good. But I think this bull here is, again, we put him in the same kind of rig. We'd say he's sure decent enough in that regard. So good looking, nice data profile, very smooth, very attractive in the way that he's built in terms of his structure and his design.
And our congratulations goes to Slama Scimital, the winner of class number 11. We're going to gather those boys and bring them all back in for your selection of your champion purebred Scimital bull. After that selection, we will be taking a 30-minute lunch break.
Well, again, I appreciate our exhibitors for bringing their livestock here, their cattle here, and kind of put on display what they have. And like we said all throughout the day, and we're just here to kind of put together a sale order. You have the program at home, what you need in your position in terms of what kind of cows you have, what kind of bull you need. And so we're not here to make that call for you. We're just trying to tell you what we see. I think all these bulls, certainly from a performance standpoint, whether it be the visual part or the EPDs we have been given to us, they're all very, very good. The 2 yearling bulls out here, big, heavy, stout bulls for their age. They got a lot of performance to them. Red Bull holds together very nice, especially in his top. His length of body's good. That February bull, he is really long-bodied and very soft-made and big rib cage in him. So again, I think there's some things about them just from the visual standpoint that a person really needs to like. Then we talked about the older bull out here. Again, he's not kind of primed for the show. He doesn't have the bells and whistles and all that stuff on him, but his genetics are really very nice. He's got excellent EPDs. He's very clean. I think, again, we talked about the percentage show. Sometimes Cavanese cattle need to have that look, and he does. He's really nice and smooth the way he blends in together out there from his shoulder and into his rib cage. So if you're really focused in on the genetics, then obviously this bull needs to be a big interest to you, in my opinion. So, again, there's all different kinds of opportunities, I think, out here to buy a good bull to take back home and use. For me, I think it kind of comes down just to the 2 yearlings being just a little bit bloomier out here in terms of the ring, and I think you can kind of go back and forth on either one of them. The Red Bull to me is maybe just a little bit better in terms of the way he's holding himself together out here. He blends his shoulder into his rib cage, and so he's going to wind up being our champion out here, and then we'll take the big old stout February bull here, will be our reserve champion. So stick power, partner, stick power. That's what it is. You just grabbed the wrong one. All right, give them all a nice hand. I think you got a good opportunity to buy some good cattle here in this sale.
Congratulations to all of our Simmental exhibitors, and we will start our shows back up here at 1:45. So enjoy the afternoon, look around at all the exhibits, go in the back of the barn, visit with the cattlemen. Make sure you go outside, check out those commercial heifers that are going to sell tomorrow. Check out, there's a set of bulls out there in pins too, guys. So enjoy your afternoon. We'll see you back here at the show ring at 1:45.
And welcome back. Hopefully you had an opportunity to get some lunch, check out some of the vendors, maybe spend a little money while you're here, save a little bit more for tomorrow because, of course, the sale gets underway at 10 o'clock, but run at lots of things for people to do in between the shows, but we are ready to bring them back in the show ring, starting out with the Herefords on the south side and the Charleys on the north side.
A beautiful afternoon. Enjoy your afternoon here at the Classic. Again, want to remind you we're going to have that Buyers Social, Cattlemen's Social in the Ag Pavilion, some great beef appetizers followed by a great beef supper. So enjoy your afternoon. Make sure and go outside, look at those heifer pens, make sure and check out the bull pens that are outside, and enjoy the day.
You know, those heifer pens have a few bonuses in them.
They do. There's a couple that's calved out there, so make sure you're taking a look. And again, we really want to do a huge shout out and thank you to our judges today. The judge on the north side of the ring is Scott Shockey. Scott come to us from the heart of the Flint Hills in Kansas. Him and his family are very involved in the Simmental business since 1997. Scott and his sons are currently at Westmoreland, Kansas, and very honored that Scott took the time to come up to the Classic today. In the south side of the ring, you know, we've been joking about we brought the Kansas guys.
Yep.
I'm kind of a K-State, fan. I can go with that a little bit, but very honored. Chris Sankey, he took the time to come up here, spend the day with us. Him and his family are at Council Groves, Kansas. Sankeys have 6 in ranch where they are involved with Angus cattle. So again, a huge shout out to these gentlemen for spending their time at the Classic today.
So we are kicking it off, as mentioned, here on the north side. We've got the Charlet underway. We took classes 1 and 2, brought them together. They are April 18th and July 2nd of 22, so April 18th of 23 and July 2nd of 22. And then after this, the selection will come out of this class for your champion, Charlet female. And on the south side, we're starting the Hereford show. These are your horns. Class number 1, a single entry, and born the 12th of June.
Just the 2 Charlet heifers, both of them are exceptionally nice. So, and I think the similarity that I see in them is that just they're really, really refined. You know, these cattle, both of them, shape of their neck, the way their shoulder blades laid into them, enough bone, not excessive in their bone, is flat and clean the way that it's constructed. I like that. I think that adds to the refinement both of these heifers. Obviously, big difference in age, nearly a year's difference in age and the maturity. And so, you know, this young calf up here, her refinement, her smoothness, her body depth, I think is incredibly good. I see some of that same stuff here in the older heifer, except just more of her. You know, she's got just a little bit more forearm and dimension when you get in behind her, just a little stouter in terms of bone work as well. So both of them are very nice. They're high quality cattle. This is our kind of our championship lineup. We'll use the bred heifer here. She'll be our champion. Then our calf here will be reserved. Again, thank you fellas for bringing them out here. A nice pair of heifers.
South side of the ring, we've got started our Hereford show with just a super nice June female, a little heifer calf again that's got tremendous future. Start talking about the kind of cattle that we have in the ring and kind of what they bring to us. And this is a very attractive made, long-necked individual. She's really good in her top. She's adequate, I think, for a June heifer calf. She's has plenty of power and dimension to her. And this is kind of one of these young heifer calves that you'd think you could have a lot of fun with down the road, showing her in a junior program, get her into the scholarship programs. You know, Hereford-wise, I think this is a female that you could sure do a lot of good with. So good place to start. Congratulations on a really nice June female. We look forward to bringing her back. Good place to start our Hereford show.
And congratulations, your champion, Charlet female. LaFrey's Farms and your reserve champion exhibited by Benish Cattle Company. Over on the south side where our horn show is underway, congratulations out of Class 1 to Diamond Ring Ranch. Class number 2 set to enter the ring for our horn show. These will be all April babies. All right, we've moved over to start with our bulls here on the north side with the Charolais. This will be a single entry, class number 3, March 4th of 23.
We don't have genetics with these like we did the Semitals, but you know, if things kind of line up like they could or should, this is again one of those bulls that I think could sure have a lot of cavities to them. Good head and neck, his shoulders laid in really good. You watch him move in, this bull is really flexible and sound in his skeleton. I like the framework that he has, still lean, and so again, lots of gas in the tank. He'll keep growing, make a big old stout, good 2-year-old bull here on down the road. So being visually, he's really nice. He's got a good pattern to him. He's really, really exceptional, I think, in terms of his structure and skeleton.
Well, Susan, I want you to join me, or attention down here in the ring, and I have some awfully pretty young ladies here, and I'm going to make them introduce themselves to you. Can you tell us your name, young lady?
My name is Brooke Day.
Brooke, so it looks like you are a sweetheart for the Hereford Association?
Yes.
Yes, and are you old enough to show yet?
Yeah.
You are? Well, do you have a Hereford heifer or steer in mind maybe to buy at the Classic?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, good luck. We're going to look forward to seeing you for many years in the ring. Young lady, what's your name and where are you from?
Avery, Lincoln, Nebraska.
Lincoln, Nebraska. Well, thank you for being here. And looks like you're a member of the Nebraska Junior Hereford Association.
Yeah.
And do you have a steer or heifer that you're going to be showing this weekend?
No.
Well, good luck in everything you do. What's your name, young lady?
Autrey Pearson,
And where are you from?
Fordville, Nebraska.
Are you going to show a Hereford this weekend?
Yes.
Good luck. Hello, miss. Tell us your name and where you're from.
I am Jane Thompson, and I'm from Ord, Nebraska.
I'm going to pick on you just a moment because you've been involved in the Classic Scholarship Program. Can you tell these guys a little bit about how the scholarship program worked, what you bought last year at the Classic, and maybe what you all did with the program?
I bought a heifer.
Great. And tell these guys, you know, we brought all these boys and girls to our office and did interviews. Are the interviews very bad, Jaden?
No.
No, great. Let's put our hands together for all of these pretty young ladies here representing the Hereford breed today.
All right, this pair of Charolais bulls, again, both cattle have plenty of muscle to them. They're very trim, and I think of the two, you can see some differences here on the outside. This bull up front, again, really smooth, and his shoulder stays hooked up really nice behind the top of his shoulder and his upper skeleton. He's a little tidier made down in through his sheath, and so, again, his lines, I think, are really, really nice. And to have that kind of muscle shape to him. There's an advantage in weight, a slight advantage, I guess, but I think a noticeable advantage in the bull that we have here in second. And he's a pretty good example where we can get weight, not in height, but we can get it in length. And I think this bull is extremely long-bodied. You know, he's not going to be probably as tall when it's all said and done, but his length is incredible. He's got a lot of hip in him. In fact, he's very, very muscular from behind. And I think what makes him a little more unique is as you watch him move to have that kind of shape in his hip. I really liked his length of step and the way he handled his lower joints down low and his posture maybe more so than the other bulls. So again, both of them are very nice. They just end up being a little bit different in kind. We'll probably end up using this bull over here, the second bull to win this class, and then the other calf here will wind up in second. But both of them I think are very nice.
Really nice trio of these April Hereford females in the ring. And, you know, we can stand back and kind of visually look at them. Of course, the advantage that you all have sitting out there is you have pedigrees and EPDs and some of the things that we don't have in here, but that gives you a better opportunity when you start looking through these cattle buying opportunities. You have places to go and can see what you need. Just talking about them phenotypically as we look through these heifers, and we start on the young lady's heifer that's on my right here, and this is a female that's just really nicely balanced up. She's really nice down her top. She's nice in her hip structure. You know, she's a female that just looks like to me she's got a tremendous amount of longevity in her. You know, she's a female that just, you know, has so many advantages. I think when we start talking about young heifer calves and where we can go with them, lots of options on this female. Young man's heifer that stands in the middle, she's kind of the unique one of the bunch. This is a big growth female out here. She's a little bigger footed, a little bigger bone, a little more rugged in her kind. I'm sure be interesting to look at her pedigree and kind of see how she's built from a pedigree standpoint and EPD standpoint. She is kind of that high performance female that I think if you want to add some extra growth, just some frame size and kind of jack some cattle up, she's one that you're really going to be attracted to. And then really nice female that comes in next, a young lady's heifer that, you know, if we talk about these junior heifers and kind of the advantages that some of these heifers can have, if you want to show one, she probably shows us a little more advantage, just kind of the way she's tied into her front end. From a long-term standpoint, probably going to hold herself together a little better. She's more than adequate in her width and her dimension. She's sure got enough to her. She is stout enough. She is, all three of these females, I think, are sure stout enough. You know, I think at this young stage of the game, they've sure got plenty to them. I think today, for me, kind of the way we're going to put these together, we're going to use this young lady's heifer that stands on the left. We're going to let her lead this class out, and we're going to kind of make her the combination female that we're going to start with. Going to follow with the other young lady's heifer that's very similar to her in kind, and then come back with our big growth female that we have in class, and realize as a buying public, you are responsible, you know, to go find these ones that are going to match up. I'd sure be interested in talking to the breeders of these cattle and looking at pedigrees and EPDs, because there's different endpoints in them, but there's sure no difference in quality. I think they're all good cattle that have a lot of options. So congratulations on 3 really good females. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out.
Congratulations. Let's start off with the results of your Charlet show over on the North Ring. Class 3, first went to Bemmer Cattle Company out of Class 4. First will go LaFray's Farms, second also to LaFray's Farms. In the ring now will be class number 6 of Charlet, born in October of 22. After this class, a selection of your champion bull will take place. Over on what we're seeing in the Horn Show out of Class 2, first goes to Young Cattle Company, second to Keller Cattle Company, and third to Double Heart Diamond Cattle Company. Entering the ring is your class number 3 single entry, born November 14th of 22.
All right, I was looking at their lot numbers. I thought the bull on my left was the heavier bull, and it is. So we got them a little different order than what they are on my sheet here. But again, two fall bulls that, you know, they're bigger, they're older, get out and cover maybe a larger number of cows than a yearling bull would. Both of them are very muscular. Again, they have kind of a similar rib cage into them. They've got enough body to them. They're lean. They're athletic looking. This bull on my right, the first bull in, I really like his hip design, the set and travel of his hind leg. He's quite nice on that. I think the other bull, he is a nickel heavier, and you can see that. You get up on him, he's really long. He's got some shape to him, and I like the way this bull travels out of his front, and especially his front feet. He sets down a little square to the ground, and the way that he sets on those outside claws, maybe, as compared to the first bull, and yet does not give up any kind of performance whatsoever. So it's just kind of a little thing like that that's going to make my decision to use the second bull here in the lineup to win this class, and then we'll use the other bull here to be second.
Well, just a single entry November yearling over on the Hereford side, and just a really good female. This is a nice, attractive made female. She balances up nice. She's good in her rib cage, good in her width and dimension. Really attractive made up in that front end structure, and just, you know, just a good heifer that looks like she's got a lot of future to her. She's kind of brought to us ready to go. She's a female that I sure think has a lot of future. So a good place to start a class, and really a good female. Congratulations on this one. We'll look forward to putting her back in the lineup later. Another good individual.
Want to remind the Charlet guys that are watching the Charlet show and even the Hereford show, remember to go outside, take a look. I tell you what, there's some Hereford heifers out there. There's a set of smoke heifers. Look at those pin bulls, guys. There's a pin of Charlet bulls. There's a couple pins of Hereford bulls. So enjoy your afternoon here and make sure you're checking out the other sale features outside.
Here's your results out of class number 6 on the Charlet show. First will go and second to LaFraise Farms. We're making a selection of your champion Charlet bull now. Over on the Horned Hereford side, class number 3 went to JB Livestock. A single entry coming in class 4, born the 25th of February of 22. After this, your selection will be made of your champion Horned Hereford female.
On our Charlet Bull Show, I think the general rule is every one of these cattle have enough frame, enough growth to contribute in a cross. And I know this is Renette said something about a set of smoke heifers. I know in this valley running through here, you see them all over the place, and that is a great magical cross. And I think all three of these bulls can do a lot of good in that area. This youngest calf, he's kind of a quality individual standing out here. He's got a world of balance. His correctness of skeleton is good. He's really good at the ground in terms of his feet and the way that they're shaped. You know, he's not as overpowering in muscle. He's still pretty green yet. And so, again, one of those, if you want one that's really ripped open with a lot of hip and a lot of top in him, this may not be your choice. But I think one for longevity, quality and length, and be able to put some frame in a set of calves, I think he could do that very nicely. The bull that won that second class, really long-bodied, a good build in his hip. His pins are set up there nice and high and wide. He's got I think a very usable hind leg to him, and the way it sets down. And yeah, maybe with that extra muscle, he's just got a little bit more lower shoulder, but his body length, I think, is incredibly good. And then the last bull that won that class, that October bull, just a good, big, old, strong bull. He's got kind of like our younger calf down here. I think all four of his feet are shaped really nice. His claws are a little more uniform. When they go to the ground, he's got plenty of muscle in him. So, you know, I think the one that kind of suits me the best is actually the youngest calf out of here. He'll wind up being our champion bull, and then we're going to go to the bull that won Class 3 the October to be our reserve overall. Let's give them all a nice hand. Good set of showers here to evaluate.
Really nice bred heifer on the Hereford side, a young female that's getting close to calving. Said she's going to calve here mid-March, getting kind of to that point. You can start to see her making a little bit of udder underneath her, and just, you know, if you really want one that's really attractive made and just really geek-necked and pretty made, this would be a female that you're really going to get drawn to. She has got a tremendous look to her. She's really attractive on the profile. She's long-necked and carries back with lots of length of top and length of hip. I think she widens out in her pin area. She comes down with plenty of dimension. So it's just a really nice female, very attractive to look at. Look forward to bringing her back again. So congratulations on a really nice bred heifer. Look forward to our lineup. We're getting ready to bring them all back. We'll get a chance to put them all together in the ring. So congratulations.
Congratulations on the north side. Your champion, Charlet Bull, was Ben Mercannell, and the reserve champion, LaFraise, class number 6. They're going to take some photos. We'll be back in then with the Shorthorns on the north side. As we continue on the south side with the Hereford show, we're going to make our selection now of our champion horned Hereford female. Congratulations out of class 4 went to Snell Show Cattle.
Want to do a shout out to the Nebraska Hereford Association and Rudy. I think she's around here. They have a booth in the Ag Pavilion. Make sure you stop by and pick all their information. Rudy, you're sitting in the bleachers. Put your hand up. Appreciate everything you do for the Nebraska Hereford Association. And want to recognize, the Nebraska Junior Hereford Association holds their summer show first weekend in June right here in these facilities. You guys need to keep in mind, not only does the Classic have all the opportunities with these heifers, but the Nebraska Hereford Association has the opportunity, buy a heifer here or back in November at their fall sale. They have a special futurity class for those heifers. And Whitney, correct me if I'm wrong, is it $1,000 for the champion and $500 back to the reserve? So lots of opportunities. Keep that in mind as you're watching the Hereford show. Lots of neat things. And again, that summer show that's right here in Kearney is a great event for your families. And I believe, Susan, the only junior national in Nebraska this summer is the Hereford Junior National, guys. So get your kids involved in the association. Go over, participate in the Junior National, and it's a phenomenal event. If you've never been there or been a part of a Junior National, I encourage you to make sure you're being in Grand Island this July. And here's the perfect opportunity. Buy a heifer, buy a Hereford steer on Friday night, and get involved in that program.
You're ready to pick our champions, and there's sure plenty of options out here to end up with in Grand Island. If that's something that you're interested in, you can sure start with this June heifer and look at her and think of the future that she brings and the opportunities that she'd have to go on down the road this summer and what she could do, and follow back with the April heifer again that's just similar to her. These are just young heifer calves that have enough to them. They're sure high quality. They're good-footed, good at the ground. Follow up then with this November female, and this heifer you can tell that, a little more age, a little further along, a little more show ready, I think, when we compare to the heifer standing in front of her. I love her rib shape, love her dimension. It probably has as much natural width and dimension and true natural thickness in her as any we've got in the ring. And then just super attractive made 2-year-old, a female that, again, we want to talk about, the opportunities that these really attractive made females, what they can do is breeding pieces and what you can do with them. And I think she's an option that you sure have to consider. So it's four really good females that came out of their classes. Young ladies heifer that came second in that big class of April's is just another individual. Again, talk about tremendous future in heifer calves and what do they have when we stand them in the ring and what can they do for us, which you'll have more of an advantage looking at on pedigree and genetics. But this is a good lineup of females. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. We'll pick our champions in reserve. Congratulations on a good set of females.
And congratulations, your champion horn Hereford female exhibited by Snell Show Cattle. Your reserve champion is JB Livestock.
Are the Hereford breeders opting to roll right into the horn show, girls? Is that what they're doing on the bull side? Are they rolling right into their bulls?
See if these guys can work off their lunch. We're going to get these cattle broke before we get out of here. So, again, that is one of the nice things about doing this is been to a show, been in and out of the ring, and so it kind of takes that edge off. Yeah, and then the Shorthorns, we got just two that are about as opposite as we've seen all day in terms of their kind within our breed. The red heifer, very moderate, bold, thick. You know, she weighs up nice and got the extra dimension to her. The white heifer, on the other hand, very attractive, big bone. You know, kind of got a little bit more of the show look because of her front end and way that she's constructed up into her shoulder. So again, the magical thing here is not how they place, it's just what kind fits your program in terms of what direction you need to go. If you're looking for a cow, I think to go to a replacement pen, that's what the red heifer really fits in. If you're looking for something to show, maybe then perhaps that's where the white heifer fits, in my opinion. So again, both heifers are very nice. This class here, we're going to use the white heifer to win the class, and then our red heifer here will be second.
Really nice April calf to start a Hereford Bull show with. Just kind of a rugged, constructed individual. He's got some bone and foot to him. He's kind of stout made, and I think he just for an April calf, he sure shows us a lot of power and looks like he's going to develop into kind of a real massive made individual. So good place to start. Good testicles in a young calf, and so I think it's a good individual. We'll look forward to bringing him back again and putting him out here with these older cattle, but it's a good young one to start with. Congratulations on this calf.
Here's the results of your Shorthorn show so far in that first class of heifers. First will go to Bar N Cattle Company. Second goes to Kaiser Cattle. And in the Hereford show, as we're into the junior bull calves, class 5 single entry goes to Keller Cattle Company. A single entry on the Shorthorn side, born the 14th of April, and coming in the ring will be a single entry on the Hereford side, and that March 10th of 23.
This heifer is a little bit of a combination of the last two. I think, one thing, she's very similar to the red heifer, not only in color, but similar to the red heifer in regards to the body and muscle that she has, and yet still, I think, very attractive up into her neck and her shoulders. She's alert when we get her stopped and put together out here. Seems to be pretty functional in her structure, her skeleton. You know, we're out here showing one by herself. She's kind of the Lone Ranger, so sometimes it's a little hard to get a read, but I think she's just a nice combination of the couple of heifers we just saw here in that May division. So let's go and we'll bring them back in. We'll pick you a champion Shorthorn real quick.
Another really good individual, get these cattle out here and don't have them, their competitors standing on either side of them. You kind of have to look at them and try to pick them apart and see what they bring to the ring that you really do like. And I love this real soggy look this calf has. He's kind of big middled and kind of soft made, just has that extra bit of dimension to him. I think you can stand behind him and realize he's sure got enough width and carries down with enough width and tracks out wide enough. He's big nutted. He's just a good young calf that I think brings a lot of quality to the ring. We'll look forward to bringing him back with these others, but it's a good one. It's a good March calf, weighs up good, just a lot of quality here. So congratulations on this good calf.
All right, our Shorthorn ring, and I still feel pretty strongly that last entry here is just a nice combination of the other two. Good luck to all of you. Got a nice set of females to get sold.
On the Hereford side, congratulations to MCM Polled Herefords. Class 7 is set to come into the ring. After this class, your champion junior bull calf will be selected. In Class 7, these are both born in the month of February. Over on the Shorthorn side, your champion purebred Shorthorn heifer goes to the Crawford family Shorthorns, and reserve is to Bar N Cattle Company.
This is a good pair of these February yearlings or calves that just do so many things right. They're different in their kind, and I think that's kind of obvious to stand back and look at them. And just you can kind of tell they're obviously probably if you look at pedigrees, you'll see them. I'm sure they're bred a little different way. They're balanced up, the way they're put together. But, you know, as a pair of bulls, I think there's a lot of quality in both of them. The advantages they have, they're both big nutted. They're both good underline. They're both cattle that look like to me they'll go out and do the job. There's a little difference in the way they're made. You know, the bull on the front end, a little heavier made individual, and you can see it in him. I think he shows us a little, he might be a little further along, but he's still just a really good, big ribbed, high volume calf. You know, just got a lot of mass to him and carries it with a, you know, gets around the ring really well. Calf that stands behind him, probably a little better made right up through his shoulder, wants to tie in just a little neater, balances himself up a little better. You know, maybe not quite as massively constructed as the bull that stands in front of him, but these are two good bulls. And there's obviously going to be some differences in pedigree, difference in EPDs, and in what breeding pieces they can bring to you. For me today, the way I really like to see him, I like the way this calf standing behind us is balances up. I kind of like the way he comes into his shoulder and ties in into that front end. We're going to let him lead out the class. Going to follow with that heavier made individual that'll come second. So you're going to come out first. Big bull, that the heavier weight up bull is going to come second. You know, and like I said, these are breeding pieces for you to go evaluate genetically and what do you want to use and kind of where do you need to go in your program. So you're going to look at them different than I do. You're going to want to see them and, you know, you're going to see EPDs and you're going to see pedigree and know a lot more about them than I do. But two really good individuals. We'll look forward to bringing all these calves back in here. We'll get to pick a division champion and then we'll move into the older bulls. But congratulations on a good pair of these bulls.
All right, our Shorthorn Plus female side, again, different types, just like we had in the purebred show. And start up here at this lineback heifer. I think a couple, three things that hit me pretty quickly is I like her length, her femininity, the way she's laid into her shoulder. I think she's a little better at the ground in the shape of her foot and the way she kind of sets in her heel and her toe in relationship to the ground out here as she travels around. The roan heifer, again, totally opposite. She's more moderate, really wide-chested, big, bold-sprung heifer, tremendous muscle thickness in that heifer when you get in behind her. So again, like we've said so many times today, we're not right, we're not wrong. We're sharing you our evaluation of the cattle, and you decide which one of those two better fits you. For me personally, I think here today, the lineback heifer is a little more my speed. She'll be first, and our roan heifer then will end up in second.
Well, we'll pick a calf champion and reserve calf champion out of this first group of these younger bulls or these yearling bulls. And, you know, you work your way through them, and all four of these bulls we've had come through the ring are, you know, really high-quality individuals. I'd like to think, I'm sure their pedigrees and EPDs are going to match up with the phenotype that these cattle bring us, but good set of calves. For me, the one that probably that combination bull that adds so much to us, along with being well-balanced and deep and soggy made, he has enough to him. We're going to use this bull standing in the middle. He's going to be our calf champion. We're going to follow in with the February bull behind him for reserve calf, and just a nice pair of these bulls with some other good ones standing in here with them. But again, congratulations. Give these exhibitors another nice hand for bringing them out. Good set of calves out here. Congratulations.
All right, now our duty is to pick an overall champion shorthorn, or between the two here in the plus and the purebred. And again, I'm kind of go back to what we said about the solid red heifer. I think she's a nice combination of the other cattle we've seen out here in this particular breed. And so we're going to stick with her as being our supreme overall here in the shorthorn drive. Congratulations to you. And best of luck to both of you.
Over on the Hereford side, congratulations. Your champion junior bull calf exhibited by MCM Polled Herefords. Your reserve is to Bar M Herefords. Single entries you can see in class number 8, born November 14th of 22. Over on the Shorthorn side, your champion Shorthorn Plus heifer was Bar N Cattle. Your reserve champion went to Andrew and Caroline Bowman. Your overall champion Shorthorn heifer is to the Crawford family, and reserve will go to Bar N Cattle.
This November yearling Hereford bull is just really striking when you stand off and get him set up on the profile. You just really like the way he balances up. He's good up in his front end, ties in good into his shoulder, carries that well into his, you know, kind of good chested, carries back with some rib and dimension. Get behind him, and you sure appreciate him when the power that he shows us. He's good hipped. And so, you know, this is just a really nice bull calf that's got a little extra age. He's going to breed a few more. You're going to get a little more out of him. So this is a good calf. He'll look good back in our lineup. This is a good individual. Congratulations bringing out a good one.
Congratulations out of Class 8 to Albert Moeller and Sons. As we move along, class number 9 will have 2 entries on the Hereford show, born in October of 22. After this, the selection of your champion senior bull calf will take place. And we're getting ready on the Shorthorn side to bring the bulls up. There'll be 3 classes of bulls. A single entry in Class 4 of the Shorthorn Show. This is born April 2nd of 23.
This red and white bull's a good-looking dude. You know, he's up-headed, really no chest floor from the side, and yet you kind of get up front and you kind of watch him moving away. He's built wide enough in his skeleton, nice top in him. He's hooked up pretty good in his jump muscle and back into his pins, and certainly stopped and propped up here. Gives you a really, really nice look. So a young calf that's really got a lot of balance and certainly a quality job the way he's presented out here in terms of the presentation and his hair coat.
Pretty interesting pair of these October calves, and obviously I think you can see just phenotypically, you know, we're going to cattle that are probably going to give us some different endpoints in their growth curve and then the kind of cattle they have and kind of what they're going to do. You know, from the standpoint of both being really good bulls, I think there's a lot of quality in both of them. They're going to shake out a little differently when you start really breaking them apart. I think, you know, it's kind of always interesting to, you know, look down the road and think about as a breeding program what direction you want to go or where you need to be at as you work your way through using these bulls and keeping replacements or raising herd bulls or raising bulls to sell. And so, of course, you can talk about the advantage that you have as the buying public to have the pedigree and have the EPDs. All I can do is just tell you what I see and what kind of the way I like them. And I like this big calf that stands on the front. I think he's a kind of a high growth individual. There's lots of places that we need to add some growth, kind of get a little more frame into these cattle, give them an opportunity to grow a little bit, you know. And as we talk about, you know, some of the things maybe change about them. There's always places we could change them a little bit. I think we all realize that none of us have raised the perfect one yet. So there's things we'd like to do different. And then we talk about the calf that stands behind him, you know, a little more moderate made individual, heavier made. You know, it's interesting, you know, he weighed up a little tick heavier than this calf standing in front of him. And I think that comes from that extra rib and body and bulk that he has in him. And he is an expressive made, really big top, big hipped individual. So it's kind of a, you know, just like I heard Scott say on the other side, we're not right or wrong out here. We're just kind of evaluating and telling you the way we see them. You make those decisions on how you want to buy them and how they work into your program. For me today, kind of the way we like cattle and kind of what we like to see, we're going to go with the dark bull standing on the back here, the heavier made, a little more moderate, soggy made individual. He's going to win this class. We're going to follow them with the big bull that comes out behind him. But really a nice pair of these individuals. Again, a lot of quality in both of them. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
I think the other thing I've noticed too, it's so hard because these cattle have not been put on the show road. Some have probably been broke a couple, 3 days, right, Cowboy? And so to make them look very natural out here and look their best, it's hard to do. Like this first lead bull, he lays his head down. He don't want to move. And I bet you if we pulled that halter off, took that bug out of his nose, he looks totally different. I like his elevation, his length, his framework. You know, put all that together. The bull weighs up really good. Like I said, he's probably not really ready to go to the show ring yet just because he hasn't quite figured out how to walk around out here with the show halter on and keep everything collected up. Now, the other bull out here, he's a little smaller, but again, very collected in his structure. He stays really nice in the top of his shoulder out to his tailhead, his pins, really the dimension of his hind legs and the way it sets down on the surface is good. Not as big and long, he don't weigh as much, but to me he's very complete in terms of his structure and his balance. So again, maybe a different day, have them broken a little different, they look different to me, but today the way they're moving around here in the ring, this bull's just staying a little more gathered up. He'll end up being our first place bull, and then the bigger, longer bull will end up being our second place bull.
Really nice group of bulls out here. All three of these individuals, I think they're, there's so much good in them, but there's a couple of places probably that we can talk about a few differences in maybe the way these cattle are built. way they are put together. And I think when it comes down to comparing our two class winners, really the striking November calf, you put him on the profile, you really appreciate him. You know, and I'll be real honest with you, probably if I'm going to pick on him just a little bit, want to maybe just a little bit from his kind of right down at the ground on his front feet, maybe want to change him just a tick, which is the advantage maybe the bull standing behind him has, just the way he wants to set. And it's not saying that there's anything wrong with either one of them. It's just a little different in the way they come at you, a little different in the way they hit the ground. But, you know, it's a good pair of bulls, a really good second standing over here. Kind of from me today, I'm going to stick with our older bull. The heavy bull's going to win this division. We're going to follow with the November bull for reserve. Congratulations. Give these exhibitors a nice hand bringing them out because they're a good set of cattle.
All right, and our last entry here in our Shorthorn Bull Show, again, very nice in his design. He's level, he's smooth. I think his running gear is good. You know, he's got some bone, yet he handles it pretty good in terms of his joints, his flexibility, adequate in muscle. So just a good, pretty solid bull that doesn't have any just major holes in him, and certainly one that patterns up, I think, very nice from the side.
And congratulations, your champion senior bull calf on the Hereford side, exhibited by JB Livestock. Your reserve goes to Albert Moeller Sons. Also moving into class number 10, this will be 2 entries, and then the selection of your champion yearling bull will come out of this class. Both of these bulls were born in January of 22. Over on the Shorthorn side, as they get ready to make that final selection of your champion Shorthorn bull. Class number 6 first went to Crawford Family Shorthorns. We'll go back to class number 5. First was to Bar End Cattle Company, second to Crawford Family Shorthorns. And class number 4 first goes to Hogan Cattle.
Again, very excited to have everybody here this afternoon at the Classic. Want to remind you, make sure you're stepping out into the bullpen. Check out the bulls that are out south here. And again, want to recognize Nebraska Bull Service, Vogler Semen Center, Bovatech, ST Genetics, Select Sires, all of the bull studs that are sponsors here at the Classic. And make sure you're stopping by, visiting with them. I think Les Vogler's running around here somewhere. I know Fred Smith's here. Look forward to seeing them guys tonight in the Ag Pavilion, 5 o'clock. We're going to have our social with some great beef samples, and we'll hear a little bit from some of the bull experts, Susan, so make sure you're in there.
Really nice pair of these 2-year-old Hereford bulls, a couple of really good, powerful individuals. There's you know, maybe a little difference in kind of these cattle are just from a structure standpoint, but from the standpoint of breeding bulls, cattle to turn out and use, I think these are really good individuals. They're good underlined, good nutted, good at the ground, just cattle that are very functional and very useful. You know, for me today, probably as we break them apart, the bull that stands to my left over here, probably a little better in his top, wants to carry in, just kind of carry his top line a little further. He's a little wider pinned, carries down a little to the ground with a little more width and dimension. But these are just a really nice pair. And we're going to go ahead and use young lady's bull to win this class, follow with the young man's bull in second to follow out. But realize, you know, this is a good pair of 2-year-old bulls that have a lot of future to them, be a lot of use in these cattle. So sure need to probably take advantage of looking at these older age bulls and a place to use them.
All right, in our Shorthorn show, I kind of really, I guess, to pick a champion, I've kind of narrowed it down between class 1 and 3, and there are 2 bulls that have just a little more of the wow factor, kind of the way they're constructed up through the front end. That's especially true of the youngest bull, real up-headed, he's alert. I like the spread of his chest, and you get up on the top side of him, he's got a nice shape to his top, got some muscle to him. So he does a very nice job of having the look that you like, but also possessing a little extra the body width and muscle. The other January bull, I believe it was, the dark red bull out of the third class, really smooth and really deep-bodied. You know, I think from a one-dimensional standpoint, he's really good. Bone works good underneath him. I think there's a little bit of give and take in movement. I don't think there's anything too alarming in terms of not being good enough for a bull to turn out and cover some cows on down the road, so I'm not going to really let that interfere with, you know, how this placing needs to be done for your overall champion. But to me, when you put all the good things together, I just find a little bit too much quality in this first bull, so your younger calf will be your champion shorthorn, and then our bull that come out of the third class will be our reserve. So best of luck to everybody. Congratulations, and a nice event here at the Classic.
And congratulations, your champion Shorthorn bull goes to Hogan Cattle. Your reserve goes to Crawford Family Shorthorns. That wraps up the shows that we see in the North Ring today. Don't forget that 10 o'clock tomorrow is a sale day here at NCC, the Classic. Get a chance, go out and check out the animals that are out in the pens, the bulls and those heifers as well. They will sell tomorrow.
It's a really nice lineup. Pretty impressive set of bulls in the ring. Some good bulls that are back in the barn already. So, you know, as buyers, there's plenty of opportunities to go sort and find one that you like and find those cattle that you need in your program. But it's a good lineup. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. I think there's some things that you can kind of break them apart on. I'm sure you can find some differences as far as pedigree and EPDs and what you want to sort through. But just standing here and looking at them, I'll show you a pair of these bulls that I really like. So good setup, good lineup, good set of cattle. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion Horned Hereford bull exhibited by JB Livestock comes out of that senior bull calf class. And your reserve champion, it goes to Young Cattle, and that will come out of your class number 10, which was your yearling bulls. We're going to move along, get ready to do our polled Hereford females. They're going to start out with class number 11 if you happen to be following along in the program. As we continue now with the pole show here on the South Ring, this is a single entry out of Class 11, born June 17th at 23.
Pretty impressive place to start our polled Hereford female show. June heifer calf that's as good as this one. Tremendous amount of performance in this female. Lots of good, lots of quality. You know, you can kind of see that extra bit of dimension that she comes with, where that performance is at. It's in the rib shape, the volume, the mass, and the true spring of rib and dimension this heifer has. So this is a good place to start. Really a nice June heifer calf. This would be a great candidate if you wanted to go to Grand Island with one. This might be a good place to start. So congratulations on a really nice female.
And congratulations out of Class 11 to KM Cattle. As we move on to look at Class number 12, there'll be 2 entries, both born during May.
This is a pretty intriguing pair of May heifer calves. Differences in kind and growth curves and endpoints. But, you know, again, we talk about it. There's no difference, I think, from quality standpoint. There's just a difference in kind of the way these cattle are bred. Obviously, I'm sure on pedigree you can see those differences. You know, the way I look at them, heifer that stands on the front end, you know, she's probably going to be obviously a little more moderate in her type. She's going to be a female a little wider at her base and just show us a little more spring maybe, but it's a good female that she is not near as rugged made as this dark red heifer that stands behind her. You want to add some real bone and some foot and substance and power in your cattle, you're going to be attracted to this female, and you're going to like this high-performing, kind of high-growth female. So it's really intriguing. There's a lot of differences. The big heifer is really attractive made and ties in neat. You know, so I guess as you evaluate them yourself, you're going to have to look down the road and kind of where you want to be and the kind of cattle that you need to end up with or where you want to end up at. You know, for me today, I think if I start kind of where I want to start with them, I'm probably going to be leaning towards this young man's heifer on the front. She's probably where I'm going to start at. I just think I like her from the standpoint of I like that extra bit of rib and bulk that she brings to us, and realizing that we're looking at a really great prospect that this young lady's brought out, a heifer calf that's probably going to have to, you know, as we go down the road with her, we'll probably be like to see her as we get her back as a heavier, more mature type female. But these are a nice pair of heifers. Give these exhibitors a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations.
Here's your results coming out of Class 12. First will go to Darren Bolte, and second will be to Muller Polled Herefords. Class 13 is entering the ring right now. There will be 2 entries in this, born during the month of April 23.
Another really nice pair of heifers. These April heifers, again, we kind of, have some differences. I think we'd want to talk about kind of what they bring to the ring. The young man's heifer standing on the front end, kind of easily, I think, kind of a combination female of a lot of qualities. She's a heifer that's sure attractive enough, got some extra length and extra dimension, has plenty of foot and bone to her, and I think from a structure standpoint, she really holds herself together well. She's one that sure seems to get around the ring well and covers her tracks, kind of structurally sound as a, for young heifer calves, that's an important place to start, just like the young man's heifer that stands behind her. Another really sound, functional, good, useful kind of female, probably gives up just a tick bit of performance when we compare to the heifer that stands above her, but not because I don't think this heifer will eventually be there. I think today she maybe is just giving up a little bit, but I think you go down the road with this young female, I think she's one that you can sure be attracted to. She is sound structurally. She starts right from the ground and works her way up, a female that sure has a lot of future. So today, kind of the combination female is going to be the young man came in first, he'll go out first. We'll use that heifer to lead the class out and follow in with the darker heifer that comes next. Nice pair of these heifers, so congratulations on a good pair of April heifer calves.
And congratulations in Class 13. First we'll go to Doug Lynn, and second is to VR Bar Land and Cattle. Our final class of our polled Hereford females is class number 14. There will be 3, all born during the month of March of 23.
Really nice trio of these March heifer calves. We're going to get into this last group of females, and I think we'll just kind of talk about them a little bit of how they change up for me, or kind of how we describe them and the way I look at them, and then you can sort through them and pick them the way you want to pick them as a buying public. But, the young man's heifer that stands on the front end of the class, you just got to so much appreciate if you really are wanting to kind of get one that's kind of got a real show ring look to her, she's going to be the female you're really drawn to. She's a female that's, probably from a lot of breeds, she'd be pretty exceptional up in that front end structure. To have that length of neck and kind of the way she comes together from her chest up, she's just pretty unique. And along with it, she's not the most powerful made individual in this class, but I think she's wide enough and she's got enough to her. She's just so super attractive on the profile. The dark heifer finally got her to kind of relax and come in here and kind of sit back to where you can really look at her. You really have to appreciate, especially the center portion of her body and just how much extra rib and dimension and how much mass she has. She is big boned and big footed, and she's a female that just, I think, has a tremendous amount of grow in her and has a lot of good down the road. young lady's heifer that comes next, I love this kind of female. She's kind of the real cow prospect. I think when you want to talk about one that's, you want to turn one out, make a replacement heifer, it's going to make a great cow down the road. You know, this is an easy keeping, easy doing, high volume, big rib female. She's got a really nice hip in her. She comes down to the ground sound and solid. And so just a really nice individual. Probably, you know, and I mean, the obvious things you can talk about, the differences in all three of these females. But I think that as you focus on what the quality of these cattle and focus on what they can do and kind of where their endpoints are at, realizing, you know, there's probably lots of different options with all three of these females. I think there's some good in any one of them, and you could sure find a place to start with them and talk them into this. But, you know, for me today, we're going to go ahead and start with the young man on the front end up here with this heifer calf, realizing, you know, we're probably going to have a little more eye appeal, a little more show ring balance out here with this female. Her advantage of the other two is going to sure stand in there. And we're going to follow then just like they're lined up. We're going to go with the dark red heifer as second, follow in with the young lady's heifer in third. But just a really neat set of cattle. Lots of opportunities in these young heifer calves. So give these exhibitors a nice hand. We'll look forward to getting them all back out here. But congratulations. Good set of cattle.
And congratulations, Class 14. First will go to Snell Show Cattle. Second is Shooty and Sons. And third is to Weathers Farms. We're going to bring them back in and make your selection of your champion polled Hereford female.
It's really a nice lineup of these females. There's a lot of good in all of them and standing in the ring. Some of them that aren't out here still. And so, you know, there's lots of opportunities to buy a heifer calf, to go somewhere and have some fun with them, and then also put them back into your program and just make breeding pieces out of them and use them and kind of go the directions you want to go. You know, that I think when we bring them back out here and look at these class winners, and then you kind of have to, for me, kind of break them apart on just a few things I'd like to see just a little bit different, or things that I'd like to change about them if we're going to let them, you know, end up being the win this thing. There's always places we can make some changes and do some things different. But give them a really nice hand. This is a good set of heifer calves, brought out a good set of cattle. We'll pick a champion in reserve. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion polled Hereford female, exhibited by Snell Show Cattle. And your reserve champion is to Doug Lind.
Well, after we do our polled Hereford Bull show, we will have our aspiring young cattleman show. And again, these boys and girls have teamed up with breeders, partnered on a heifer for the last year, bringing them back here as bred heifers. Our judges will team up and select our champion and reserve champion, AYC heifer, and she will get to be a part of Supreme Row. Supreme Row is tomorrow night. Tomorrow is a big day here at the Classic. Sales start right away in the morning at 10 o'clock and will flow all the way through. Don't forget those commercial heifers that are outside sell tomorrow. The bulls, make sure you take a look at them outside, guys. They'll sell tomorrow too. They sell as choice. We'll sell choice on the pins 2 times or 3 times. So big sale days tomorrow at the Classic, starting right at 10 o'clock in the morning. Supreme Row tomorrow night at 7.
And we're underway again now. We are moving on to your spring bull calf, a single entry, born April 9th of 23.
What a good place to start our Hereford Bull show at the pole with an April calf that's this good, that has this kind of performance and comes to the ring with this kind of presence. So it's a good one to start with. I tell you what, if you kind of want to look down the road and project into what a young calf can turn into, you're going to want to start with one that looks like this, one that's good up in his front end structure. He ties in neat into his shoulder, drops back with some rib and bulk and body. Got a good hip in him and good at the ground, good testicles. So this is, like I said, good place to start. Look forward to bringing him back at the end of the day, but we're sure starting off with a good one. Congratulations. Give this young man a nice hand for bringing out a really good April bull calf to start our show with. So congratulations.
And congratulations to Doug Lind, will be your champion spring bull calf. Class number 16 set to enter the ring. There'll be 5 in that class, dating from February 5th to February 26th of 23.
Well, this is really an interesting class of these February bull calves, and it's, that what makes it so interesting is that we have so much variation of kind, difference in performance, difference in frame scores, difference in growth curves. Like I said before, you'll know a whole lot more about them than I do because you'll read pedigrees and EPDs and find those cattle that kind of fit for what you need to do or where you want to go. But we'll kind of walk through them and just talk them a little bit the way I see them and kind of talk about kind of what I think these cattle bring to the ring, and then we'll kind of find a way to work our way through these, realizing that it really does not matter how I'm going to place this class, because I think where it really breaks out is when you decide which one you want to buy, and hopefully you all are going to go back and visit with the breeders of these cattle, and they can tell you about the dams and the grand dams and the sire side and the important things of the business that really make a difference if you're into breeding cattle. It's, genetics, type, and kind are all part of it. So, as we look at these cattle, look at this young lady's bull that stands up on the front end, this is just a really nice combination individual. When we start talking about, does he do this, or will they cover these bases? Will they do the things, and who puts the most good things together? This dude balances up pretty well. He's got enough performance in this class, good enough nutted, good enough at the ground, good enough footed. He's just a really nice combination individual that it's hard to put a hole in him. I mean, we can walk through these, and we'll find places in every one of them that we want to change them, and that's part about breeding cattle. None of us have raised a perfect one or can say that we've got the one that doesn't need change in a few spots, but this is a good individual that's sure got a nice place to you can talk about a lot of the quality that he brings to the ring. Young man's bull that stands behind him, and you look at it on paper and you think, I'd probably want to, obviously this dude's first time to town and he didn't want to weigh up very good. I'd have probably had to reweigh him because he looks like to me he weighs more than what he does, what the paper says he does. This is a good calf too. He's a lot like the bulls that are in the ring with him. They're kind of combination individuals. He ties in neat into his shoulder. He's got some dimension to him. And obviously, there are some heavier bulls. They're standing on either side of him, but that's still a bull that's got a tremendous amount of future left in him. There's a lot of good there. That's a calf that I think you can sure go a lot of places with. Then we follow in and the bull that stands in the middle, and I think it's the easiest thing to see in the ring is we're talking about the heavyweight, the high-performing, kind of that heavyweight individual that comes to the ring and is going to add pounds in this group. You turn him out, and I would really expect his calf crop to add some pounds. And he gets it from that center section of his body. He gets it from that mass that he carries down his top and into his hip. And here's the honest thing about him. A lot of times when we add that much dimension into cattle, it's going to expose itself a little bit in some places. And he may have a little more front end in him than some of these other bulls. But when you want to power one up, it's going to be really hard to make him a pencil-fronted one if you're after a lot of power and dimension. And so I'm not going to pick on him at all. I'm going to appreciate the fact that this is, the heavyweight individual. He's the big top, big hip dude. He's the one that's sure going to add some performance. Then we follow the young lady's bull that's made completely different than him. And this is the great thing about this industry, man. You want to take one and add some frame. Maybe you got a set of cows that you think are getting a little moderate. Your buyers are telling you we need to have a little bit bigger individual coming off the cows. Then you're going to be really attracted to this bull. He's one that is going to elevate his calves. I think he's going to give you some growth. He's just going to kind of expand his type of cattle. And I think, when you talk about what he can add or what his advantage is, I think that's where you have to draw to. You have to think, I gotta kind of raise one up. I got to get a little more grow in them. Growth, frame, that all adds performance. Those are things that we all need. Then we follow in with another bull that I think is a lot like the bull that stands on the front end. When we want to talk about a combination individual, he's big enough. He's got enough performance. He's got enough dimension to him. He's good enough at the ground. He's not going to be not as big framed as some of them, not as heavy made as some of them, but he's sure good enough. And his advantage probably, I don't know what his EPDs are like. I don't know how, where he sets from a birth standpoint. Phenotypically looking at him, he looks like to me he'd be a fairly easy calving individual because of the way that sleek neck and that ties into those shoulders and the way he kind of flattens into that shoulder blade. So I think it's, these are breeding pieces. These are the kind of cattle that as breeders, you make your decision. You go find the one that's going to fit your cow herd, find the place for them, and just roll with them and know that you're making yourself happy leading out here, and it doesn't matter what I have to say about them because I'm not breeding them, I'm not mating them, I don't know what your cow herd's like. All I'm going to do is tell you where I think, from my standpoint, just kind of where I would probably be at, and I probably, as we lead out of here, the cattle, the way we're going to lead them out, we're going to let this young lady lead out. I think this is the combination bull in the ring. I think he's the one we'll let her work her way out of here as we start working through these individuals. You know, she's the one that's, again, as we've talked about, just kind of a lot of good in him, just so many good things about him. Then I think we can come back and, you know, not very often am I going to tell you that I'm going to want to elevate a set of cattle, but I do think the young lady's big frame bull is good enough that we need to put him in here and talk about the advantages that he's going to bring. We're going to elevate a little bit with him, and then we're going to follow with the real high-performing individual. We're going to follow with that big, heavy made one, the one that I think's probably got as much mass and body, and then we got a really nice pair of these calves, and we're going to follow this young man's bull right here, follow then with the other man's bull right behind him, kind of really good doing combination individuals that just have a tremendous amount of good in them. But that was a good class of bulls. I mean, there's a lot of quality there. I hope you'll go visit with these breeders. Give them a nice hand for bringing them out. Congratulations on a good set of bulls.
Here's the results of Class 16. First, we'll go to Danny Calderwood. Second, exhibited by Diamond Ring Ranch. Third is, again, to Danny Calderwood. Fourth is to Hewelts Herefords, and fifth goes to Bar M Herefords. Final class in our junior bull calves will be Class 17. There are 2 in this class, both born during the month of January.
Another really good pair of these January calves, and you know, this is a good set of bulls. We've seen a lot of good bull calves come through here, and I think these breeders have kind of reached in and brought you a set of cattle that you can sure find some good ones in. And I think when we can talk about these 2 bulls and kind of the differences, I think the obvious difference is probably a little more growth standing in one bull than the other, but that's not to take away from the kind of cattle they are. And, you know, at the young age of these cattle, as though they're just yearlings, we're just getting them to that yearling stage, you know, a lot of it has to do with how these cattle have been cared for from weaning on, or kind of how they were, if they were crept, or what kind of summer we had. And so I think a lot of this difference in performance sometimes can just be attributed back to, you know, how good a job did we get done when they were coming off their mothers, or how good a job did we do to get a good start. And what happens is then as we go on down the road and these cattle mature, you're going to find out they'll level out quite a bit, and we'll end up with probably a lot of the same sizes in a lot of places where we, you know, think maybe these cattle will kind of balance out. And a lot of it has to do that you'll know, as breeders, you'll know by pedigree. But for me today, I think this young man's bull that stands here, he's kind of the logical place for me to start in this class. He's got that front end structure that you like to see in bull calves. You like to see them kind of smooth into those shoulders with some extension and still have some extension and length down their top. So I think he's kind of the high volume individual, that kind of a good place to start, and realizing young lady's bull that stands right behind him is a good calf too. It's not picking on him. It's just we just need a little bit more of him if we're going to get him up around the one that stands on the front of him. But a couple of good calves in here, a nice pair of these bulls. We're going to look forward to a really nice lineup in this calf division. It's a good set of bulls. There's a good calves, and we're going to get them all back in the ring, get an opportunity to look at them again. So congratulations. We'll pick a champion in reserve in this older calf division. Well, this is a pretty good horse race when we get right down to the end of who gets to be calf champion, because we got a couple of really good class winners, a couple of good seconds. We've had a lot of good ones come through here. So, I think it gets to be pretty competitive, and you can kind of break them apart as you want. As breeders, you can look at them and decide what you want to do with them. For me, I guess today we're going to use the January calf. He's going to win the division. We're going to follow with the young lady in reserve, and just a really nice pair of these bull calves with a couple of really good seconds standing here and some good ones that are back in the barn. So give them a nice hand. This is a good pair of bulls. Congratulations on a good set of cattle. We'll look forward to getting them all back out here at the end. So again, congratulations.
Here's the results of Class 17. First, we'll go to MCM Polled Herefords, and second, we'll go to Howells Herefords. In your champion junior bull calf, exhibited by MCM Polled Herefords, and reserve goes to Danny Calderwood. In the ring now is Class 18. These will be for your champion senior bull calves.
Another really good trio of these fall yearlings bulls, starting to have a little more age on them, so you can get them out and breed a few more cows and get a little more usefulness out of them. And these are three pretty good individuals that are a lot of similarities, maybe not as much variation as we've had in the class that came out before us. Starting with the young man's bull, stands up on the front end, good top in this bull, good hip in this individual. He's a bull that we just really have to appreciate the power and dimension that he brings. It's just a good calf that, and there's always, like I said, there's places we'd change him, but I sure don't see any glaring problems in this bull. I think he's sure got a lot of quality to him. Another unique individual probably stands in the middle, and if he'll kind of hold himself and pull himself together, he's kind of soft-made, got a little more rib shape to him, gets a little soggier in the way he's put together. Bull that sure, again, has enough mass and power to him. Sure good at the ground, has a little more flex to him. So just a pretty good individual. And then the dark red bull that the young man has that he's turning around here. This is, again, another high-growth individual, another bull that kind of wants to get out and really show us some reach. He wants to take a big stride and cover a lot of ground, and I think he'd sure be one that you could do a lot of good with. So this is kind of an interesting class, and there's a lot of places to go. You could start either one of them and then kind of work your way through these bulls and do a lot of things with them. But, you know, I think kind of when it gets down to it, I think we're going to kind of back up and use kind of a combination individual. We'll use the young man on the end with the dark bull, let him win this class, and we're going to follow them with this bull in the middle and then follow with the young man's bull on the front end, first, second, third. But these are, you know, as I say, it's kind of up to you guys as buying public on where to go and how to start them. But, you know, this is how we'll sort them out today. So we'll let this bull come out first. You'll be first. You're going to follow him out in second, and then you're going to follow out in third. Congratulations.
Here's the results of Class 18. First goes to Nelson Herefords. That will also be your champion senior bull. Second goes to Moeller-Pold Herefords, and that will be your reserve. And third goes to Albert Moeller and Sons. Moving on to Class 19. Class 19 will have two, and that'll be making your selection of your intermediate bull reserve as well, born in May and June of 22.
Well, you know, Susan, I keep thinking of reasons to go outside and run an errand or go talk to a consignor out there again. And I want to remind you guys, if you haven't been outside yet, make sure you slip out there. For the Hereford enthusiasts, there is some nice bred heifers in the Pin of 5 heifer sale, as well as there's 2 pins of Hereford bulls in the Pin bull sale. And that Pin bull sale, again, those bulls do sell as single lots. And all of the sales are tomorrow, but want to remind you guys, you know what? We got a fun evening planned. Stopped by the Nebraska Bull Service Vogler Seaman tent, talked to Fred and Les over there. We're going to have some beef appetizers, some drinks. We'll roll into a dinner, have a little fun, and then just get ready for tomorrow's sales that start at 10 o'clock.
Again, best place to be is get those questions answered and spend some time with the exhibitors. We appreciate them being here.
Really nice pair of these summer bulls. Again, older age bulls that'll breed a lot of cows and do a lot of good. And again, we talk about it, man, we got some differences in growth curves, difference in endpoints, which is a good thing. We can breed them differently. We can mate them differently. Calf that stands on the front end is probably a little more expressive in the way he's built. It just shows us a little more true dimension down his top and into that hind. As we look behind him, he's got a little more expression and shows us a little more true dimension, I think, in that area. The big bull that stands behind him, this is a high-growth individual. Again, we talk about stretching them out and add some frame and growing them up, and this is one that's sure going to do it. Today, for me, we're going to use the young man's bull stands on the front. I think he's the one that kind of fits into what I'd like to see. Just going to let him win the class, be our summer division champion, following with the big bull that comes in as reserve division. So congratulations on a good pair of these calves.
Congratulations in Class 19 and your champion intermediate bull exhibited by Darren Bolte. Reserve goes to VR Bar Land and Cattle. We'll have a single entry at last class to come in. This is Class 20. March 19th to 22, and after this class will be overall selection of your champion polled Hereford bull.
Just have the 1 2-year-old, but just a good calf that's got a tremendous amount of grow in him. He's got a lot of frame to him. He's got a sure advantage age-wise. He'll cover a lot of ground, breed a lot of cows. So this is a good individual. You know, he's sound structurally. He's good when you get him out and track him around the ground. It looks like to me, you know, from a standpoint of bond cattle that have some length of, that will have some length of life, and as long as, you know, he's just one that from a structural soundness, he looks like to me he's going to hold up and sure get out and cover some ground, breed some cows. So good individual. We'll look forward to bringing him back. This is a good 2-year-old. If you're looking for one to breed a lot of cows, I'd sure think this would be one you'd be interested in. So congratulations. We'll look forward to bringing him back into the championship drive as we get ready to put all these bulls back in the ring.
All right, congratulations, Ashudi & Sons, your yearling bull champion. And again, we're bringing those boys all back in for the selection of your champion polled Hereford bull. And we're not going to want folks to leave this side because we have the AYC show coming up. That's the Aspiring Young Cattlemen will be taking place immediately after this Hereford show wraps up.
Get ready to wrap up our Hereford show. It's a really good set of these cattle, and we've had a lot of them come through the ring. This has been the best show of the day, numbers-wise. It's just been a tremendous amount of them on both sides, from the horns and the poles, and just a lot of quality and a lot of good. So I think as a kind of wanting to go find one, you sure ought to be able to find what you want. I think it kind of narrows down to me. There's a pair of these calves here, and so I think it's, there's a lot of quality in them. I think there's a lot of good in the ring and all these bulls, but I think today when we start sorting them out and just kind of looking at long-term and where we need to be, we're going to use this January bull to be champion. We're going to follow with this April bull calf that I think is a tremendous prospect that's got a lot of future. So good set of these cattle all the way through. Give these exhibitors a nice hand again, and just make sure you go back to the barn and you get an opportunity to visit with them about their breeding programs. And so you can buy one knowing that you're getting the best one for your program. So congratulations again.
Again, congratulations. MCM Polled Herefords will be your champion Polled Hereford bull exhibitor, and your reserve champion goes to Doug Lind. The bulls are going to go smile for some quick photos, and if the exhibitors want to smile, that'd be great too. And then we will be back. We've got AYC show immediately following this breed show. That's the Aspiring Young Cattlemen will be taking place as soon as pictures are done with the Hereford bulls. Well, good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to continue with our last show of the day. This is going to be our AYC show, the Aspiring Young Cattlemen. And Ronette's going to head to the middle of the show ring here. She's going to be having some conversations with the youth when they come in. It's a great program. If you've got somebody who is under the age of 20 that is interested in the AYC and all the unique things that it has to offer, we encourage you to either talk to Ronette. They've got more information over by where you will get your bidding numbers for tomorrow. That's my subtle hint, if you haven't done that. 10 o'clock tomorrow, of course, is sale day, but she's got information about AYC over there, and she'll be able to encourage kids if they have some questions about it. She can lead you to some of the kids that have been through the AYC program before. But Ronette, it's an amazing program, and I know that you guys are going to have the opportunity to showcase some great kids this afternoon as they bring their animals into the ring.
You're exactly right, Susan. And again, very honored to have our AYC program here at the Classic. Well, we'll have our judges come on out here to the center of the ring. Again, these two gentlemen are going to be teaming up, and they will be placing our AYC heifers. And again, very honored to have had Scott Shockey from Kansas, Chris Sankey serving as our official judges today, spending our day with us, working with our breeders, did a great job of reminding you buyers to go back in the barn and visit with the cattlemen. So we'll let these guys get in here, maybe make a lap around, and then we're going to have them introduce themselves to us. Well, again, our Aspiring Young Cattleman program is these boys and girls have teamed up with breeders. They've been partners for a year, and they're very excited to have their bred heifers here at the Classic. And right now, they are competing for a spot on Supreme Row for tomorrow night. And, you know, the big debut will be tomorrow. We will sell these females, and the youth and the breeders split their sale proceeds. I'm going to have you introduce yourself and tell us who your partner is.
Hi, I'm Weston Semick, and it is Bear Mountain Angus that I'm partnered with.
So tell me, what do you got your heifer bred to?
RCC Stunner.
When's she due to calve?
April 30th.
Congratulations. Let's put our hands together for Weston. How are you doing, young man?
Good.
Introduce yourself and tell us who your partner is.
I'm Simon Kelly, and I'm paired with Schulte Angus.
Awesome. Tell me what you got your heifer bred to and when's she due to calve?
She's bred to Growth Fund 123, and she's due anytime.
Great. Let's put our hands together for this young man. All right, young lady, introduce yourself.
My name is Michaela Samuelson.
And what's the breeder you partnered with, Michaela?
EMS Enterprise.
And tell me what's your heifer bred to and when's she due to calve?
She's bred to Safety First and due in April.
Awesome. Let's put our hands together for Miss Michaela. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good.
Great. Introduce yourself.
So I'm Lily Chevalier, and I'm partnered with Greg Crawford Shorthorns.
Great. You know, Greg has been an exhibitor at the Classic all 33 years, so that's pretty special. Tell me what you got your heifer bred to, and when's she due to calve?
She's bred to a purebred Shorthorn bull, and she's due middle of March.
Awesome. Let's put our hands together for this young lady and Greg Crawford. Again, we will be selling all of these females tomorrow, and the Champion AYC heifer is going to be a part of our Supreme Row activities tomorrow evening as well at 7 o'clock.
Renette has given us the orders. So again, Chris, this has been a lot of fun. We've just sitting out here, and it's sometimes tough when you have to judge and evaluate sale cattle. But we have both been really impressed with the quality. I was sitting here watching Chris's Hereford show. That's outstanding. It looked like the Hereford Junior National a time or two. A lot of good bulls. You bet. Yeah. So, and this is a cool deal here. You know, I don't know that we're quite as innovative in Kansas to think of things like this. I like this idea a lot. It helps get these young people their foot in the door and kind of get in with some programs and build a cow herd. And I think in this particular case, it even makes it more special because my other judge over here said the heifer that we like to win this deal is also the same heifer that represented the Champion Angus female. So that's a pretty cool deal. Let's give him a nice hand. That's a very good female. I hope she sells well. Give him a little college tuition dollars to attend Kansas State University. Yeah, one of you found some humor in that. So, hey, we enjoyed it. Best of luck to everybody. Keep up the good work. This is a few. We was talking about this at lunch. There's not a lot of these expos still thriving like this. And you know, you guys in Iowa and Illinois, you know, you keep charging on. So keep supporting it. It's a good program. These kind of things, I think, really help it. And certainly the cash that's going to be awarded to the young people here and the buy junior heifers out of this, that is really a cool deal. Chris, you got anything you want to add?
No, I just want to thank you for having me. It was been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed it. It's been fun across from Scott. We live 30 miles apart, and we don't see each other enough to ever have the opportunity to really hang out and kind of enjoy each other. So this has been a good day for us. Thank you for asking me. Enjoyed it. Congratulations to our breeders of these cattle, and again, congratulations on a good set of cattle all day.
And congratulations to Bear Mountain Angus and Weston Stemick. Again, I want to remind folks that the night is not over, Ronette. The Bull Buyers Evening Social Events will kick off at 5 o'clock over at the Ag Pavilion, so just through the doors. It's going to be a great time for fellowship and just enjoying each other's company.
Absolutely. And, you know, congratulations to Weston and congratulations to Bear Mountain. And this female will be on Supreme Row. She wasn't in the Angus show earlier. She's making her own debut here. So congratulations to all of our exhibitors. The judges said 3 outstanding bred females. So, guys, make sure you're taking a look and studying the catalog and tremendous bred heifers that we'll sell tomorrow. So again, join us here in the Ag Pavilion at 5 o'clock for our beef appetizers, free supper. Join us with Nebraska Bull Service, Vogler Semen Center, ST Genetics, Select Sires, Purina Mills, Allied Nutrition, Biozyme Sure Champ, Corteva will all be in the ring later this evening. We'll see you in the Ag Pavilion at 5 o'clock. AYC Youth, if you guys can all take pictures with your breeders, that would be good. So if your breeders are still around, we want to get pictures of all of you with your breeders at the backdrop.